So, it's time for a single game today, which may or may not get completed in one go, we'll see. I have decent faith that we can get through this one, but there is a world in which we fail this idea. I'm gonna go ahead and resume letting it move now so the intro can play. There is gonna be a bit of flashing for a second here. It's not gonna be major flashing, so it shouldn't be a problem. Just giving you all a warning before I push the button there, though. Yeah, see, that's the limit of the flashing I've seen. Is it just flashes red a little bit there when it's doing the intro. But as it's very slowly showing you there, this is Ninja 5-0. You are basically a ninja cop who's trying to stop a variety of crimes. Exactly how you'd expect to, by stabbing people. That's the main byline we got here, is just jump around a bunch of levels, stabbing criminals, throwing shurikens at people, and fighting a variety of bosses to get through this. This game is hard, from what I remember. Because I remember showing this off in one of the variety sets I've done, and I also remember putting it in one of the shufflers, and both times having a rough time getting out of the bank stage. Supposedly this is a 3.5 hour clear. I have a feeling it will take us longer than that. That's why I'm doing it on a single game day instead of on a multi-game day. And I figure if it's only a 3.5 hour clear, it'll probably at worst take an extra hour and a half, so put it at 5 hours, which is fairly reasonable, I think. I think that'll be okay. I don't like how long Twitch is taking to think about that bitrate, but it's probably fine. Yeah, we'll just roll with it. Alright, to the bank. A gang is robbing the bank on the main street. Rush onto the scene. Target Kabuki Warrior, Ninpo Hanabi Magic. Yeah, it tells you the boss of the stage, basically, at the beginning of every stage. I immediately hit the wrong shoulder button trying to attack that man. Because your sword is on the shoulder button. And B throws your shuriken, A jumps, down and A slides. If I press A again, I have a grappling hook. The grappling hook's gonna be very important. And I'm immediately making a hash of things. There we go. But this game is reasonably generous with healing items, at least in this first stage here. I have no idea how well it'll do later. But yeah, you need the grappling hook to do things like that, because you're not getting up to this ledge any other way. You can also crawl through small holes, as you'd expect. Wow, that just ended up real short. You'll notice we've changed color. When we pick up one of those red power-ups, we gain an upgrade to our shuriken. Whenever you get hit, you lose that. You have a health bar, as you can see by the orange up there, but your power-ups don't care about that. Wow, I did this so clean in testing literally minutes ago, and I'm just botching every move I'm making now. Wonderful. That's an auspicious sign for how this is gonna go. Oh, they can throw those knives. Good for them. There we go. We still have level 2, so still better than nothing. Okay, fire does not one-hit people. Gotta keep that in mind. We'll just shimmy our way on to victory here. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. And there we go, that's stage 1. Each of the missions are broken up into multiple stages. In case people are like, wow, this is only 3 stages long, it'll be over in minutes. It's like, no, that's not actually how that works. We're also gonna have hostages to worry about. Oh, it's starting now. You see the rescue list down there at the bottom. Wow, just really just making a mess of things here. You're supposed to be able to attack out of the grapple, but really not looking like that's working. I'm probably misunderstanding how to do that. Let me just do that how I did it in testing then. Hey, nope, no, you know what, that works. I was supposed to cut the swing short and end up about here. They'd notice I was there and then I was gonna swing around to the other side and get them. But what do you know, talking while you're doing something makes it more difficult. But yeah, see, whenever it says don't shoot, listen to that. Got him once. Got him twice. 3 times, he's gone. And there you go. If you hit the hostage, I believe you just fail. Straight up. So, don't hit the hostages. I've been doing my best to avoid having that happen so far, so I don't really know what'll happen, and I'm gonna keep doing my best to avoid that being a thing I need to worry about. I believe the melee bypasses the shield that they have from the hostage. I'm not 100% sure on that, because I saw the demo slice somebody while it was in don't shoot mode, but I don't know if I want to trust that blindly, you know? I'll just hit them while their gun is up. There is a delay whenever you're dropping or climbing, by the way. That's why you'll notice me, like, landing on guys' heads and looking like a fool doing so. Oh yeah, I can block bullets. I need to remember that. But I have to time my swing alongside when the bullet's going through, otherwise it doesn't work. And with the way he swings, that's easier said than done. Enemy ninja. And he's dead. Now we have the exit key, because that's what you need to do, is get the exit key. But I think, specifically since this is a hostage stage, I think I need to rescue the hostage as well. And because I ended up grabbing that ledge when I meant to land, it all went to hell in a handbasket. Thankfully, it lets you carry on at the stage you were at, with the power-up I had, which I'm actually surprised by that. Now we have laser shuriken, which are really good, as you might imagine. Let's just be patient this time. Wait for him to be out of the way. Stab both of them. There we go. Is you can throw your shuriken for free. The meter's just for your ninja magic. And as you can see, the laser shuriken are strong enough that they just one-shot people. We still have full meter, so let's not take that yet. I'm pretty sure it'll still be there. Yeah, okay. So if I end up needing my ninja magic, I can recharge it there. There we go. There we go. We're already at level 3, so I wasted that power up, but that's fine. Yeah, there wasn't another knife man there. Now that he's gone, I don't need to worry about him. And there we go. Much smoother this time. And as you can see, he has a much harder time blocking the laser than he does just a piece of metal being thrown at him. So it helps a lot. I can't believe I just landed on the... Okay, the sword does kill the hostage, and we can just complete the stage anyway, so you know what? We'll just pretend that didn't happen. Never mind. I believe that gets filed under acceptable losses. Okay, this stage I didn't do in testing. We have done it in the past, because I've gotten to the boss of the bank before. But that does not mean I remember any of that right now. I'm glad they don't understand to jump down. That helps a lot. You'll notice we didn't fully heal after that stage was completed either. You heal a little bit when a stage is completed, but not entirely. Okay, that did work that time. Interesting. I guess there's just a very specific moment where you can't stab them or you end up hitting the hostage. Now they got big guys running around. Ah, that was an arcing shot. Right, okay. You know what? Fair enough. That was fair to die to. Now, take note, though, that this is a one-life game, but I don't think there's limited continues. There's just no checkpointing or anything, so if you fail a stage, you have to redo the entire stage. And that's the part I'm worried about making this take way longer than it's listed to be. Because you'll notice we also came back into this stage in the condition I was in, so I'm still injured. You know what it might actually be? The game might actually track exactly where the hostage is, so since I'm hitting that guy from behind, it may only be hitting him instead of the hostage. And if I swung a little further over, that might hit the hostage regardless of timing. That might be the thing to that. Okay, that's how much health those have. That's a blue key, so I'm guessing there's multiple keys involved now. We didn't go in here yet, right? Okay, so I need a yellow key for that to work. So they're starting to have multiple colored locks I need to deal with then. Okay. Right, that makes sense. It would have the arrow on it if I could go in. Really, only one of you had a drop, huh? Okay. That's fine. I'm surprised it gave that one to me. I really thought I'd botched that. That guy's got a different gun. I didn't want to find out what that different gun was. Oh, never mind. It's more dynamite. It just looked like a gun with the way he was holding it. Okay, we got 2 hostages up here. Yep. Okay, see... That's what happens. That's why I thought we immediately fail. Hitting a hostage deals damage to you. You just die a different way because you just have like a crisis after having killed too many civilians. You know what? Fair enough. Okay. It is a bit better to just melee that. I need to be careful how I do it, as otherwise known as more careful than I just was doing at that time. But it works. I think as long as we don't just straight up stand in front of them and swing wildly while the hostage is in the way, I think we're good as far as that goes. Oh yeah, we completely missed this room last time. Right, fire doesn't one-shot. Surprise. Peekaboo. Thunk. Peekaboo. Thunk. Peekaboo. You lose. Be a real nice thing if the rescues healed you, you know? Or at least dropped items. I guess that's too much to ask for, huh? Now, this was the room with the 2 ninjas. You know what would be helpful is if I remembered how to use my ninja magic. Yeah, because that's what I expected to have happen. I tried to fake him out by swinging to the right, because you can immediately swing back to the left, like that, but it's not immediate enough. Nope, doing the stupid again. Yeah, I chose to die there because we had already wasted health, and we're in such an awkward position. Problem is, the only way out of these awkward situations is either to do better, or we'd have to actually, like, go back to the beginning. Like, this would be about the point where a wiser man would be setting some save states for himself so he could backtrack without backtracking all the way. But that would also be, you know, cheating a little bit. Not saying it would be unreasonable cheating, but I'm at least gonna push through as it is a bit longer before I go to that angle. It mostly depends on if the future stages get way worse or not. Oh, I can just knock their projectiles out of the air. Yeah, what do you know? That makes that way easier, actually. Now remember, the fireballs aren't a one-hit kill. You know what is, though? A sword. Trying to get that guy through the floor. Did not work. Surprised that ended up working out. One. You know, it's a really nice thing that they retract their shot before they do anything after they get hit. You would think they would just commit at that point. But I guess that's to show them, like, actually recoiling from you, throwing something at them while they're trying to shoot. Yeah, I knew I was getting hit there, because they've got more reach than we do. Which, let me tell you, real mean that they just have better swords than I do. But, you know, of course, the police budget for swords isn't very good, apparently. There we go. Let's go for Dynamite Man first, probably. Actually, you know what? Hindsight, Gunman probably would have been the smarter one to take out first. Because he's in such an awkward spot. This whole situation, though, really awkward, especially when you just land on top of the box without meaning to. Because you're just caught in that crossfire. Which apparently they don't have to worry about friendly fire at all. Why did I think that was gonna work? Kill me. There we go. Try that again. We're gonna find out really fast if this game has limited continues at the rate I'm going today. Little fun fact for everybody, by the way. Originally, I was going to do Time Splitter's Future Perfect today, but it's got some odd emulation quirks that I could not resolve this morning. So it's gonna take a little bit more time to cook before that one happens. Not to mention, it's got a couple other oddities that I'm on the fence about whether I want to deal with. That'll be a to-be-figured-out situation. Really? Just completely whiff blocking that shot, huh? Alright. Just not allowed to get through here with a power-up. And I'm pretty sure this is the stage where the boss is after this one. So that's gonna be a problem. The good news is the regular shurikens are actually kind of better for the regular gunmen than the fire is, because I can just spam the regular shurikens at them. I don't know what the key combination for magic is. Oh yeah, by the way, you can look around the map with the left bumper, or just L, really. You can't look very far, but you can look around a little bit. You're just very vulnerable while doing so. Oh, you can just quit the mission entirely. Huh. So you got a restart mission and a restart stage. That's actually fairly nice. Mission being the bank entirely. Because I think you can do all the missions in any order, so you technically could just go to the hardest one first, for example. If you were feeling particularly brave. We didn't fight the ninjas yet. Let me go ahead and just go fight them and either live or die. Nice. That seems to be the way to beat those, unless you have laser shurikens, is just jump and swing at them. And just hope you have the better timing than they do. Okay, now we just have this mess to deal with. I took a pretty big risk going for the double throw there, but I wanted the other gunman to be off my back. Well, that was bad timing. I had to lead my shot real hard there in order to not have it end up just flying into him afterwards instead, and that was just bad. That was just mistakes all around for me. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen eventually if I was being aggressive with the swinging. It may look like you have a lot of control with that swing, and you do, to a point. Once you start going too fast, it is very hard to undo the high speed, as you saw there. The momentum is actually, like, surprisingly well done, but you have to understand how to work with it, and I'm still kind of working on that part. I'm not really there yet. I'm gonna save that power-up for later. We're gonna try to be a little smarter this time. Because clearly brute force has stopped working, so let's try being a little smarter. Because remember, the multi-shuriken is better for this situation here, where it's awkward to get at these guys with the sword. It is nice that I can actually get those doubles off on these guys. And if I hadn't ended up dinging that hostage, we probably would have been fine on that previous attempt, because I would have at least had a little bit of leeway to fight the samurai bot with. Which would have probably been enough for me to just go in and swing the sword at him and take him out. But, you know, that's the risk you take. There we go. Okay, this is better. I hesitate to say the rest of what I was thinking there, because I will set myself up for failure if I voice that thought. I say as we've already ended up taking unnecessary damage. Do I want the power-up now? No. I think we're gonna wait a little longer on the power-up. Because the multi-throw is still gonna be good in here. I can deal with that guy, for example, with it. It's a real shame that dynamite going off right next to that guy doesn't kill him for me. I don't know why the guy across from me didn't shoot. We're gonna just get closer this time so I don't end up taking out the hostage by accident. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now I'll go get the firepower up, because it'll help me deal with the robot. Because the spread will help keep the shots off of me. Strategy. Look at me using basic thought to take care of problems. Who would have ever thought this would happen? That was an interesting angle to be just kind of... Yeah, I can just do this, I guess, huh? This is just a thing I can do. I can just kind of stall in certain angles. Interesting. Not where I meant to land, but you know what? It worked. Nice, we got him. He wasn't the one who had the key, though. But now we have a level 3. Oh, you're the problem. I did not mean to land in front of him, so I panicked. There we go. That's what I was trying to do, and there's the yellow key. So we still need to get through the room behind the yellow door, and then we can presumably get the red key to go to the red door, and then leave. But we have level 3 now, so maybe we can actually take care of some problems without having to go directly to them. Depends on what's in this room. There's gonna be at least 2 hostages in here. Let's get this guy just to make sure I don't, like, drop into him later. Oh, he's got another power-up, too. That'll be handy if things go wrong up here. Which they easily could with Dynamite Man there. Oh, you're in a shit position, aren't you? Oh, it's a pair of robots as well? Yikes. Thank you, level 3 shot. Psst. Hey. Hey. Idiot. Oh god, dynamite. I was almost the idiot after all. Okay. Done and done. I was really hoping for a heal, but you know what? I guess ninja power is fine. We'll just take the points and leave. I really should pull that manual back up and find out what my ninja magic button is. Because there have been so many times where that would have been nice to have. Well, we'll heal from ending the stage, so it's okay. Good job. Am I right? Yep, boss fight. Ninja magic against him would be kinda helpful. But on the bright side, we're actually, like, in ideal condition for this fight. So this should be an absolute cakewalk compared to the problems I was having with it when we showed this off in the past. Because I kept going into this with, like, no health, no power-ups. Yeah, it is hard to avoid those fireballs and get an attack in. I really should have been patient and waited till he stopped throwing fire. Because you saw how much damage level 3 shots were doing. We were chewing through him. All I have to do is just not be greedy and we'll be in business here. Because part of what got me in trouble at the end there was I was trying to get some of that health I lost back. Let's just wait the fire or spray out. Because as you can see, down here, they're actually, like, super easy to avoid. Okay, he's hopping down here. God damn it, he ran sooner this time. Yeah, it's almost a safe spot there. Almost. And now he's gonna hop down over there, and I can just shoot him at my leisure. But he's gonna jump back up and do the thing again. Oh, the last fireball. God damn it. It's okay. He's gonna hop over here, and then we take him out. God damn you, game. I was trying to grab that health pickup, but it warped me before I could grab it. We were so close. Rescued 9 out of 10. I missed 1 because, you know, things happened. But hey, that's mission 1 complete. Half hour in and 1 mission done. This might actually go a little quicker than I thought. There will be an illegal weapon deal at the port factory tonight. Stop the weapon smugglers. Target, Hanya, Sniper. Ninpo, Toad Magic. Based on some of the stage layouts we saw in the little intro cinematic thing, though, some of these stages are going to be awful. So it's probably going to balance out. I just completely blanked on the fact there was a hostage there. I just got annoyed when he shot me and just went for it. I did that one on purpose because I didn't want to lose the health from dinging the hostage. The actual, like, rescue count I'm not too concerned about. The health, though, I kind of need all the health I can get. I say as I promptly climb into that guy's face again. But, you know, things go how they go. Really now? You won't grab that, but you can get hit by the spikes there. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back up there in a minute. Oh, we got new enemy types and traps. Okay. Don't know why our ninja didn't jump there. I definitely told him to. And we'll just move on from there. It's probably for the best that that happened anyway. Because now we know that that machine gunner in that room is actually kind of a chump, and not really a problem. Ink. 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 Okay. One down. That was a bold throw on my part. That easily could have been a dead hostage. Alright. That's 2 out of 3 of the rescues we needed to do on this stage. Glad this game doesn't have fall damage. Though, you'd be a real bad ninja, I guess, to be unable to land a fall safely. Oh, you do turn around. You just didn't because I guess I had you stun locked with the amount of shots I was throwing your way. Ah, there's more above here. That's why this area didn't make sense to me. Okay. Wait for him to walk away, and then we'll hop up behind him then. Thank you for the power-up. Is that a shotgun or a grenade launcher? Oh, neither. That was charging up some kind of, like, pulse cannon of some kind. Oh, there's fire up there. Well then. So much for that power-up, huh? There's the yellow key. Wasn't there a door over here too? Yes, there was. Let's check this one, then we'll check the one above. Oh, boy. So that's what we're doing here, huh? Oh, and he had another friend. Thankfully, his last friend was the least of them. This is where the yellow door is, though, so let's come back to this idea in a minute. Let's go check the other white door first. Because this may have another power-up for us. Oh boy, I'm so glad I chose to go this way. Well, it worked out because that was where the last hostage was, so we did actually need to do that. Oh, this is where the blue door... Fuck me. How much do I bet the blue key is going to be behind the yellow door, and I'm going to be very upset? I feel like the over-under on that's pretty clear, and it's not good for me. But it'll be fine, probably. Because at least this room's quick to get through. Now over here, though... Yeah, that's where the blue key was. Really, this was just a fire trap room? There was nothing more to it? Okay. I guess that's a thing. Maybe it's just me, but I was really expecting, like, some ninjas to fall from the sky or something on my head there. I was very much expecting ninja screwjob. You know, now... Huh. Yeah, that's a thought. You know what? That thought's not complete, so I'm just gonna see if it finishes in my brain before I try to put that thought out in the air. This is not gonna make any sense until that thought actually completes. Okay, we have level 3. You could almost look at this like a puzzle game of sorts, depending on how you want to solve certain situations. Okay, we have all the keys. Or at least all the keys that matter. The red key is the exit door, so that's the only one that technically matters to get in the grand scheme of things. But at the same time, we need the other keys to get to the red key, it seems, most of the time, so they do all technically matter. Well, I forgot there were the vertical flames there, so much for level 3. So glad we got to use that so much. Oh well, we're out of stage 1. So I suppose the better question is, do these get longer? Like, obviously the stages themselves are getting longer because of the need for other keys. But I wonder if the amount of stages in a mission also increases. Oh, you have, like, magic. Okay. Thinking once again that this would be a great time to remember how to use my ninja magic. Okay, the sword does destroy those. It just doesn't do a great job of it, apparently. And that guy takes a lot of hits because he's a... You know, maybe they're not robots. Maybe they're just, like, big undead or something. There we go. Get rid of that guy the easy way this time. If I hadn't gotten stuck on that ledge, we would have been in a much better position. God, that delay after swinging the sword, though, is brutal. Like, it's clearly intentional to have that delay, too, so I can't complain too much other than being unhappy about it. Okay, as soon as I spawn back in, I'm gonna pause and we're gonna find out what that ninja magic button is. Because clearly it's gonna expect me to use it. How does one magic? A and B at the same time. Okay. Oh. So you don't need full meter. Full meter gets you the screen clear, and then partial meter gets you invincibility for a little while. Both of those are actually, like, super useful. Okay, it is a one-shot for the robot. That's what I was hoping for. I'm gonna keep calling them robots because they explode when they die. Okay, that's a blue door, right? Oh, getting back's gonna be a whole thing then, huh? Because you need to grapple up and out of there quick or you're going to get cooked or stabbed. Or cooked and stabbed. Oh, you have a flamethrower that you can shoot through walls. How nice for you, guy. Okay, that was full health between those two, so that's useful at least. I'm assuming this is gonna be a mirror of the other side. Yep. Kinda figured. We got a cannon guy there, and a red ninja here. A red ninja who gives nothing, I might add, so, you know, thanks for that, bud. Frogs. I'm glad that frog just decided he wanted to catch a shot there. Gotta play, like, weird reverse pachinko there. Wow, I'm surprised I landed that move. That really felt like a move I was gonna botch. And we have another different flavor of... Brain, please. I know you were focused on the boomerang guy up there, which you failed to fight, but I would love to know why I decided it was a good idea to just murder that hostage in front of the enemy. Like, was it a show of dominance? Because honestly, that was not a very dominant performance. We'll solve this problem the same way we did before, because that was absolutely the correct decision considering the positioning. Inch. Go. Now remember the flamethrower exists. With really long reach for a flamethrower. Okay. Magic must defeat magic, and fire must also defeat fire, apparently. Go. I screwed myself there. Like, I have no one to blame but myself for slamming into that spike wall, because I just rushed that when I really shouldn't have. There we go, clear the room. Speed! Nope, I went up. Whee! Wow, I actually almost made it up there with that nonsense, huh? Okay. Round and round and round I go. Where I go, even I don't know. And 1, 2, 3. Aha! Hi. You lose. I can't believe that worked. That should not have worked by any circumstance, but it was very funny. It's one. Yeah, you know, that's more like how that was supposed to go. Why did you hop up so high that time? I don't know what dictates when he'll hop up and when he'll just, like, crawl up. Because I do the exact same input both times. Oh, he's facing the wrong way now for some reason. He got confused by my actions, I guess. Which, you know what? Honestly, understandable. I'm confused by my actions, too. It's a good thing we have all that health laying around in the other room. We just gotta, you know, get there. I got impatient. I have a feeling we're gonna be seeing that mission failed screen a lot. Wait, they don't do contact damage? Huh. Today I learned. Ninjas do not do contact damage to other ninjas. Maybe it's some kind of honor thing. I was really greedy there, and I shouldn't have gotten away with that. Yeah, got stuck on the box. God damn it. And then I set myself on fire. Just doing a great job of everything I'm supposed to be doing here. No notes. Everything is going perfectly according to plan. And now I've accidentally wasted my meter with invincibility that did nothing. So I was mashing like a fool would. And then I collided with the enemy. Which, you know, the gun guys have contact damage, but the ninjas don't. It's a very interesting decision. Okay. Don't really know why he didn't let go of the grapple when I told him to the first time there. That was certainly something. Now, this is a familiar situation to find myself in. Now, if I was a little more comfortable with the grappling, I could hit him a couple times and jump over to the other side real fast, and then hit him some more. And that would expedite this a lot. But I think I'm just gonna slow play this. I can't tell if the multi-throw is doing more work or not. I feel like the first hit's causing him to go into iframes, so it's not actually mattering. Oh, there's still more in this room, huh? Yikes. Okay, you're facing to the right, so let's go up on the left. Because it gave me a little bit of extra time to get in position. Okay, that's all the rescues. Now, the blue door was back on the left, like all the way on the left. Yep, I had a feeling. That shot came out faster than I thought it was, and just brain didn't kick in on it. Like, oh yeah, look at the, like, portable sun flying towards me. I probably should do something. Oh. Would this be a bad time to mention I was up till like 3 a.m. last night? Maybe because of a friend's birthday? Yeah, that's a thing that happened. So doing something like this after being up that late, probably not my finest of decisions, and yet here we are, doing exactly that. Yes, game, I know I can't open the door. It's almost like that's not what I was trying to do, and you are just muddling my inputs for some reason, even though I'm pressing the correct buttons. At that point, since I didn't have the power-up anymore, it didn't matter, but I grabbed the worst possible spot, so it's honestly somewhat tempting to just die again, because we're in a very bad position at the moment. But at the same time, these dangerous positions have led to success, so, you know. Maybe it's for the best that I'm this near death. Or, you know, I'll jump the gun and die. That's also a thing that will very easily happen. What a familiar place to be. Death. I don't know how my spin didn't hit him when we were close enough to make physical direct contact there. I don't know why I tried to jump up there first. I know better at this point, you would think. Well, at least I don't have to worry about losing my power-up, though. Why won't you disengage from the grapple sometimes? Like, I don't understand why sometimes he just gets stuck on it. Because for those wondering, I was in fact mashing jump there, and it just was like, but what if I stayed here, though? What if I just stayed on the hook? Because it seems like this is safer than what you want me to do. And I can't deny the statement that it was safer than where I was trying to go, but we didn't have a choice. We needed to go there. Why did... I don't understand why things end up so different sometimes. Like, both frogs jumped that time, and I don't know why. It's very interesting how this game can behave at times. Why did I jump into that? You would think I would know better. You would think I would know how boomerangs work. Was that a bad idea? Yes. Did it work? Also yes. All according to my cunning scheme. Of course, now I need to get across both sets of these without losing this power-up. We can at least heal, though, which will help a lot. Arguably, I should save that other heal for after this part, but I don't know what I'm getting into over here, so I'd rather be at full strength, or at least as full as I can get. The amount of different animations they have while he's doing that rotation with the grapple is actually kind of impressive. Okay, there's a whole thing up there. There's frogs underneath me, guarding a power-up of some kind. It's honestly impressive how dangerous these frogs actually are. Oh, good. We would have had level 3 if I hadn't gotten assaulted by frogs. There we go. For some reason, it just wasn't taking. Oh, that's just straight up a laser. Okay. So much for having any attack power-ups, but you know what? It's okay. Oh, that's a wall. Oh, I see what they want me to do. Which is easier said than done with a D-pad, I gotta say. Is he won't always launch upward off the grapple, and I don't really entirely understand why. Like, there's a lot of things they expect you to do that I'm not really sure they thought through entirely here. Yeah, see, I do the exact same input and end up with different results. You would think it's just up and jump to launch upward off the grapple, but sometimes he does it and sometimes he doesn't. And you would think if if he's got his feet planted on the wall, that would be the best time for him to jump higher. But that also seems to be wrong. Yep, had a feeling that's how that was gonna go. And this is why I wasn't gonna use invincibility there, because what do you know, the input dropped on me and we're back down here again. I've had this distinct feeling that that's gonna be required more than a few times in this game, and it's gonna be a problem. Of course you threw high the one fucking time, the entire time you've ever thrown high. I hate it here. Sometimes playing something you're told is a good game is a mistake. This is like a legit Konami game. So you would think that they would have had most of that figured out. But either the emulation's causing input drops, or this game actually does have a little bit of jank to it. And I would believe that the emulation's causing the input drops, because we've had numerous Game Boy Advance issues to that tune. But at the same time, you would think something like this couldn't possibly end up with a problem like that, considering how little it should really be taking to make this work. But, you know, emulation is funny at times. There we go. Let's just eliminate him now, and we'll get his power up later. I was gonna say, if I don't somehow hit that frog, I'm gonna be very unhappy. I know I have to go back up again, but that seemed like the safe play. Why are you not jumping off when I tell you to? Why are you like this? Why did the one behind me shoot first that time? What? I don't know why he died there, but I'll take it. So many things that aren't making sense here. The little bit of air time you get really screwed me there. Okay, yeah, that is the right choice. Just spin attack him when he's closer. Don't futz about with just shooting him to death. Well, that's not what I meant to do at all. None of that was what I meant to do. But somehow we survived doing that. And you know what? I'll take it at this point. At least we'll still have level 2. Or not, because I just didn't get any movement that time for some reason. I feel like I exist in a perpetual pit of jank right now, and I don't know what to do with it. What the fuck happened there? I swear I need an input reader on screen sometimes, because in order to explain what just occurred there, no one's going to believe me, but I pressed straight up on the D-pad, and he decided to take that as an angled input for reasons? And again, I know no one's going to believe that, but that is exactly what transpired there. ninja, go ninja, go. Go ninja, go ninja, go. What? I overextended. That one was actually my fault for a change. There we go. There's my opportunity while his back's turned. Alright, we're recovering. Everything's okay. Mostly. And I understand the kind of anti-logic that this grapple works under now a bit better. Is all you have to do, instead of pressing up like you might expect to in a situation like this, you actually just push away from the wall and it just works. And thanks to us having level 2, we could clear that guy without much trouble. Did I get like an extra life or something? It made a noise when we hit that score threshold, and I don't know why. This doesn't seem to have lives, so I don't know why that happened. I'm concerned that there's knowledge I don't have that I'm probably supposed to understand here. Like, this really feels like one of those, haha, he's missing critical information moments. But we're out of the stage finally. Relatively speaking, yes, Ghosty. How you doing? We are making progress. There's just also an amount of failure and suffering involved, as you do. Yep. Yeah, exactly. God, the delay on the input sometimes is so brutal. Because again, when he's in the middle of an animation, you can't do anything else. So since he has a fairly lengthy throw animation for what he's doing, you can really get screwed sometimes. Like, I'm sure it looks very impressive when somebody who knows what they're doing is using this. Yes, game, I clearly was trying to open the door when I'm in the air. That's clearly what I was trying to do. I don't know what makes them decide where they're gonna throw those. Because I was standing in front of him, so you would think their logic would have them throw high. But I guess it started the throw when I was still climbing up, perhaps, so it counted me as being a low target? That's the only thing that would make sense. Hell with it. Die. Sometimes you just gotta hit the fuck it we ball strat. Okay. Yikes. I'm not gonna do what they're saying entirely. Thanks, game. Thanks for just eating inputs again. Love that for me. Please be health. Oh, well, you know, that's kind of like health. It's green like health usually is. Oh, I need to go to the other side to get the other one. I can't cheese the system by, like, hopping over somewhere up here or anything. As much as I love this grapple system, it really is an adventure to deal with. That's the thing, though, Ghosty, is I feel like it's not supposed to. And I know saying supposed to is a strange thing to say in a situation like that. But I feel like this is unintended input eating. I do think it is actually an emulation issue. Because I feel like with the times I've heard people recommend this game, I would have heard something about it having an input eating issue. But again, it may also be a case of they're just used to it, so they don't notice it. Because it may not actually be eating the inputs, it may be an animation priority issue, which this game definitely does have one of those. And it may just be that some of the animations are taking priority in unexpected ways. Because it feels very fluid some of the time, and if I just do things slightly differently, it feels very anti-fluid. So I think I'm just hitting just right frames for everything to be awful sometimes. Yeah, exactly. So I'm definitely used to input issues in some things, though I don't recall input issues this much in a Game Boy Advance game. Not nearly as much as I've had doing them for the channel. It's like even Metroid Fusion has dropped inputs on me a couple times, so I really do think MGBA might be the problem, even though it's better than most as far as emulation goes, without me just relying on BizHawk. Which, BizHawk has had its own input eating issues at times. Also, based on the order I just got keys in, I feel like I may have gotten them incorrect somewhere, but you know what? We've got them, and that's the part that matters. Yeah, because we didn't even go in the blue door yet. So the blue door probably has the yellow key that we're missing. Yep, there it is right there. It's just unfortunate because I don't have that many alternatives, especially at this point. Like, we're a full mission in, and we weren't having the issue initially. So, that's also a point, though. Considering the fact that we didn't have the issue as much initially, it may also just be too many things happening, so it may actually be that this game does have, like, some slowdown adjacent issues as well, which end up making it appear as if it's input eating. I just don't have enough knowledge about this game to confirm what the source of the issue is. But without having to do the entire first mission again, we're kind of stuck here now. Yeah, exactly. And, like, it's workable, just it is gonna be a bone of contention on occasion. I really should not have come in here with a power-up. Because there's no enemies in here, so this power-up's just gonna be wasted. God damn it. I was hoping that the fire was gonna go away in time. I should have just waited for it to be off-screen. That one was me. That last bit, though, that was not me, because I did not let go of the down input at all there, and he got cooked anyway. So that's fascinating. Oh, you know, I guess tradition fulfillment there of me finding every problem a game can have. Yeah. Yeah, one of the best bug testers you didn't pay for. That's my life. Yay, full ninja magic, which won't help me when I get cooked again. I really gotta stop going for those double throws there. Eventually, I'm going to get punished for it. I feel like I've surrounded myself with people that break things. And this is not surprising, because you will be drawn to people that are like yourself. Okay, game. I'd love to know why the grapple took so long that time, when it has been immediate every other time. And you know, I had a feeling I was cursing myself when I said that I kind of softballed this one for myself. Because it was only a 3.5 hour clear and we were gonna just spend the whole day on this idea here. Wee. I did not mean to land up here when he was looking. Grapple jank, why? Maybe I should have just spent more time getting Future Perfect working. Still don't understand how he determines whether he throws high or low. Because it's definitely not how you'd expect it to work. No, the other doors all need keys, so I do have to go this way. But I did the thing again where I picked up the power-up without thinking about it. So I'm probably wasting my level 2 shot again. Whoever decided that you lose your power-up in one hit, I just want to talk. I want to demonstrate how these power-ups work. And I'm just not even going to bother going and getting the other one because we don't need ninja magic because we already have full power. So I'm just not even going to bother. Let's just be smart and not bother getting the thing I don't need. Isn't that a crazy concept? The timing here sucks, by the way. Just do that. Well, you know what? That's fine. Oh, the silver ninjas roll across the floor because, you know, they saw one too many episodes of Beyblade and learned to let it rip about everything, apparently. Wonderful. Yep, the boomerang does still come back. That's what I thought. We're gonna leave that there this time. Just not touching that this time. I do occasionally learn. And then occasionally I forget everything I learned, apparently. Because the game just doesn't want to let me do the thing that I have done several times already. Makes you wonder who hid these keys here to begin with. Because you have to imagine, they had to go through all this in order to hide those keys in the first place. Unless they were smart and turned all this stuff off in order to place that, which, you know, based on how some of this is gone, I don't feel like these crooks are that smart. Especially when they think a great defensive position is standing in between two shin-high crates. Instead of, I don't know, something higher than that. Or perhaps something fireproof. Oh yeah, their shins are greatly protected. Fuck's sake, game. It did the thing again where he goes way higher than I expect him to, because I don't have as much control over that as you might think. Got him. There's the blue key. Okay, good. I'm safe from the fire there. Except he doesn't get the height this time. It just doesn't go anywhere for some reason. Like, that is the single most baffling thing. And for those wondering, I've looked at the manual. The manual doesn't tell you shit about how the physics of that works at all. Like, let me double check that, because there was a couple advanced techniques that I didn't fully read. Maybe there's something in there that I missed that will make this less miserable to deal with at times. The very daring should you give maximum extension to the wire, then make dynamic circus-like swings for extra excitement. So saith the manual. Incredible. Ah, that's the piece I'm missing. Okay, so there is actually something I didn't catch. Okay. The manual is setting me up for failure, but I understand what it's going for now, because if you press R, you can rapidly reel in, and apparently there's actually an intended technique where you can use that to go up walls. And that's what you're supposed to do in rooms like that one that we were having verticality issues in. Is you're probably supposed to use that to launch yourself up to then go to the other side. And then grab again, wash, rinse, repeat. Okay, we barely made that, but we made that. Get in there, you fucking idiot! I don't understand why he has such trouble crawling into those vents. Like, you would think that'd be easier than some of the other things he does, but instead he just sits there and just kind of humps the wall. Okay, hang on. I might have something with that idea. I'm not gonna disagree with that statement, but I also feel like there's a time and place for that. And on the job probably isn't the time or the place. Especially when it's his own life at stake, and he's setting himself on fire. Which, you know, for all I know, he's into being set on fire, too. And again, life choice, but at the same time, probably not the time for it. Okay, yeah, that's not as helpful as I would like to convince myself that it is. If anything, that's actually detrimental to my cause to try to do that. Is whatever the manual's smoking on that idea, it sure doesn't work. Like, I have to imagine that there's, like, more room you have to do that. Because what it implies is you, like, chain grappling up the wall to kind of, like, bounce. But all it tells you to do is press A to grapple, then R to pull in, then A to grapple again, in order to do the move it's talking about. And let me tell you, I did exactly that, and nothing good happened. That's why we're missing all of that health right now. On the bright side, we're not dead yet. On the downside, we've got a bit of a problem to deal with here. Mostly the fact that we're nearly dead and in a very awkward position. Yep, that's what I was expecting to happen, because he doesn't listen with any real urgency. Because for being a ninja, this guy's agility is kind of not great at times. Like, he can do incredible things, and then he just... I mean, I guess maybe it's a mental agility problem. Like, maybe he's got the physical agility down and just doesn't really have any ability to think fast on his feet. I also feel that this game would have been better served on a different system other than the Game Boy Advance. So you'd have more buttons to not need it to have, like, up and A and things like that be your inputs for doing important things like grappling around the room. Okay, it just kind of let go without me telling it to there. Love that for me. Okay, no, it isn't up and A. It just appeared to be up and A. So that helps a little bit. But I also still have to give directional input in order to grab the walls and such, so it's kind of the same problem either way. But it reduces the amount of inputs I'm doing at once some of the time, so that may make it behave a little better. But I swear it said that it was up and A in the manual, so I'm questioning many things right now. I would love to know why he just immediately let go there. I don't really have an answer for that question. There we go. Get rid of that so we don't have to worry about that. I'm just gonna have to wait because I could try to make a swing for it, but it would just get me burned. Get rid of you immediately. Then we deal with Beyblade Man. Problem is, he's so low to the ground when he's spinning that it's really hard to land a hit. There we go. That was a waste of a lot of health because he is more maneuverable than we are. Like, I probably could have tried, like, slide kicking around to get a better position on him, but that would be risky because of the time it takes to stand back up. Okay, I would love to know why I couldn't reach the ceiling there. Because really, you would think you should be able to, but whatever. Because we've hooked further than that away before. And I know it wasn't on screen, but still. I disagree with it not reaching. the misunderstanding that was happening. Okay. I figured out why he has so much trouble climbing up the ledges. There was a misunderstanding on the input on my part. That's actually my fault there. I understand what was going wrong now. You literally just have to press up to have him climb up into things like that. Which I would now, once again, wonder why it wasn't working when I've done it before, but I'm gonna give up trying to understand why things sometimes work, sometimes don't at this point. Not really where I wanted that hook to go, but it probably was a better spot than where it was going to end up. Yeah, I hope y'all like this stage, because I feel like we're gonna be here for a bit. And don't get me wrong, I could solve a lot of my problems by using the invincibility magic, but I would need to have used my screen clear magic first to be able to have that ability available. So since we're at full meter, I really don't have that option. Which is a shame. It would be nice if they let you just do that depending on a button input instead of having it just be meter dependent. Great, great. Love that for me. We'll just fight these two then. There we go. I just needed to have the just right height on that spin to hit him without getting hit. I once again should have... Well, no, because there's an enemy up there that the power-up will help me deal with a bit easier. Just trying to keep my feet safe. I did not mean to do that, but you know what? It's fine. This is why it being an A and B input's a problem game. Because accidents like that happen when you're trying to do a fast maneuver. Because it'll sometimes take A and then B as, oh, A and B together? Okay. Because you just go a little too fast for its interpretation to make sense, which I can't blame the game for that. But I can fully be allowed to be unhappy about it. Because I have not seen a partial energy power-up at all, so I don't know if we're actually going to be able to get what we need there. Why didn't you grab the ledge? Why must you be a pain in my ass? We easily could have just swapped over to the other side and grabbed that health, but no. You wanted to be a pain. You wanted to be bad at your job again. Why did you grab the ledge that time? I don't understand. Because I didn't do a different input either time, I would like to note. All I did was send him over there. And yes, I know I blasted that hostage. I was getting a little tilted at that point because of him just not following directions in the slightest. It's almost like it's a very frustrating thing to have the same input happen and have two different results. Oh, now you throw high even though I'm ducking. Okay, sure. I don't understand. Like, the things I'm figuring out are helping a lot, but also not doing a damn thing. I mean, to put it bluntly. At the rate things are going, I should probably just ninja magic those two ninjas that are causing me all the problems. Since I'm invariably gonna end up wasting it again anyway. I can just use it to take out those two clowns. No. Just not even dealing with it anymore. That one was my fault. I ended up hitting B instead of A, and everything went horribly wrong there. But it actually went less bad than it could have. Because we only took contact damage instead of attack damage. But I would love to know why he can't grab the side of those moving platforms at all. That's another mystery that I would love to understand the answer for. Because it doesn't make sense that he can't grab that. Because you don't take damage from the side of the platform. Like, if I took damage going near the side of it, I'd understand, but... Unless they're treating it as he would take damage if he grabbed it, so they don't let you grab it. Which does make some sense, but... I don't know. I just feel like I'm getting mixed signals sometimes. Okay. We do have a problem to deal with down here still. Okay. Now that the frogs are dealt with, now I can just deal with this guy the same way we've always done. Why did that delay so much that time? I did not delay my input. I hit it B back-to-back there, but he threw the second shuriken way after for some reason. Like, as you can see, you can throw repeatedly, but it does look like there's a gap where sometimes it'll throw real late, and I think maybe I just, like, missed the frame window for a repeated throw by, like, well, a frame. There really isn't any other way to put that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I'm really starting to wonder if they just gave me a ninja with a death wish. And just expect me to work with that. Because the amount of times where he will purposely seeming ignore directions right in the most dangerous of positions is just fascinating to me. Like, hey, this is a really dangerous position. You should probably do what I tell you to fast and immediately. But what if I didn't, though? And then he's taking damage and we all wonder why. I was holding right as hard as I could, but apparently that's not good enough to stop him swinging back sometimes. Which would make perfect sense, and I wouldn't have a problem with that if it weren't for those times where we have been able to just full stall in the air. He just swings so limp sometimes, and I don't fully understand the physics of this grapple hook. I feel like part of my mistake is I'm treating it like I treat the grapple hooks in games that came out after this, where the grapple physics are better. It pretends to be really good physics, and it probably really is for when this was made, which was like 2003. But it doesn't always hit. Let me just put it that way. Like, maybe that's the problem. Maybe I'm the problem. I'm willing to believe that. Because again, this game actually came decently recommended among the, like, 5 people that I've ever heard of talk about this game. But that's the issue, is it's a very small amount of people talking about a game, so it could very easily be people that are just used to the way this is, saying that it's good because they understand it. And that's such a constant issue. Is like, take those people that you'll see come into people's chats all the time and go like, oh yeah, this game's so good, you'll never have any problems moving or doing anything. And it's the jankest game on the face of the planet. But they grew up with it or something. So, gonna pause for a second there. You wanna know why I suddenly flew to the right there? Me too. Because you know what I didn't do? Let go of any buttons or press anything. I did literally nothing, and he disconnected and flew to the right. I don't know. This 8-bit Dome controller's not that old, so I don't think it's dying. I remain fascinated by the things that happen. Like, I may be upset sometimes, but honestly, the way things are moving like they're pseudo-possessed is actually really funny to me at the same time. I just want people to know that. I'm not actually as upset as I may sound. Like, I am definitely getting annoyed, don't get me wrong, but it's also just really strange, so I'm kind of fascinated at the same time. Yeah, that one made sense. And hey, we actually made it out of there with level 2 power-up this time, so that's different. I guess just embrace the jank and it ends up working out. And maybe that's part of the thing I'm having a problem with here too, is there's a bad expectation on my part here. That since it's a better known studio and everything attached to this, that the quality of the controls and such would be higher. Which again, this is a game that feels really good when it's working, just the rest of the time is the problem. Yeah, of course you hit that. Of course you fucking hit the hostage there. And I held him back as hard as I could on that jump spin. I needed to hit the frog, is the problem though. Because my other option would be to back off and then risk getting shot instead. Like, they really put you in some awkward spots here, which actually I appreciate that. Like, I actually appreciate the fact that they give you some complex positions to have to deal with. Because it makes sense that you'd actually have some difficult decisions to make here or in there. Because these guys are, you know, trying to stop you stopping them doing what they're doing, so it's not like they just stand there and let you do whatever the hell you want. They would prepare better defensive positions and more awkward angles for you to have to fight from. It's not like these criminals are going to care about fighting honorably or anything. It's not like we can rely on that level of stupidity. Like, the best we could probably hope for is the enemy ninjas would fight somewhat honorably, but at the same time, why would they do that either? They're also criminals. Okay, full power. I can't afford to hit that hostage. If I hit that hostage, we die. Huh. That was a fascinating problem to have. We ended up just stuck diagonally again. But I told him to dismount as we got to that position, so I guess he got stuck there so he couldn't dismount? I'm not really sure what happened there. Like, I understand half of what happened there. I understand the half where we got stuck so he couldn't move, but I don't fully understand how we got stuck there. Okay. Back out of that room again, at least. Like, we're getting more consistent getting through here, and we are getting better. I wish I could position in such a way that I could hit the guy up there and those two at the same time. That would solve a lot of my issues in here. Fucking hell. How did I hit the hostage but not the gunman when I was next to him? What kind of inept swordsman is this guy that he ends up hitting well past the closest target? Like, don't get me wrong, being within somebody's guard when using a sword is a move to make. But at the same time, feel like that still doesn't quite wash in that specific scenario. Like, at the very least, I feel like I should have at least hit both of them. Ignoring the fact that, you know, realistically the sword would not pass through both like that. We've done that enough times that I feel like that discussion's moot. Oh, thanks. Thanks for just getting hung up there. Oh. Hey, Lilia. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. You're just in time for me to be in this stage for the past, like, half an hour, probably. But hopefully y'all had a good time, and you're all doing well today. believe you were playing Fortnite today, Lilia, I think? I think I saw that. God damn it. And I have just many things. Nice. Get any wins, hopefully? Yep, that's another death. Yeah, welcome to Ninja 5.0, where the physics lie to you on a regular basis. And this grapple is required, but boy, is it a choice. Hey, that's still a few wins. A few wins is still damn good. Considering the amount of people you're up against every time, a few wins is still very good. He does not listen, he doesn't have grace. This ninja just falls flat on his face. It was going very well till we got to this stage. This stage has been a bit of a problem. And I think we're like roughly halfway through the game if I were to hazard a guess. So starting to get into trouble about halfway makes sense. If it's the same amount of stages for this mission as it was for the first one, we are halfway through this mission and there's only 3 missions in the game. And each of them seems to be about like 4 stages and a boss. And I think this is stage 2 of this mission. It might be stage 3, actually. Just go ahead and clear those out. Get us level 3 shuriken again, and watch as I drop it again as I try to get up here. Because he doesn't grab those platforms for some reason. Still, we're getting out of here a little bit better off than we did before. So I'll take what I can get. Or, you know, he'll just hit his head on the pixels of the edge of that platform this time. It's fine. We'll make it work. And for anybody coming in that's new, that's wondering why I'm still playing this if I sound as frustrated as I do with this, it's because our goal is to beat this game today. Because the goal of Saturdays is to beat as many games as I can, but in the particular case of these Saturdays, we're just trying to beat one. And usually the ones I'm picking for that are either things that are long enough that I wouldn't be able to fit in another one, or things I expect to be difficult enough that I wouldn't fit in a second one. This one, I thought I was going to have a relatively easy time with. But it's not proving to be true so far. See, that's the funny thing. Based on what people had told me about this game, it seemed like it was only gonna be kind of difficult. So far, it's proven to be a little bit higher than the bar I was presented with for it. But I need to remember where my information's coming from. My information's coming from people that are veterans of playing a lot of things like this, and a lot of things that are more jank than this is, just like, well, you've seen the kind of nonsense I deal with. These are people that are used to worse than what I have shown off for the most part. So the metric there is not always matching up with what I think it does. But I'll be honest, I thought it was going to take us longer to get this far than it did. So it's It's actually fair for me to say that it's been going better than I expected. It's just been going wrong in unexpected ways. Okay. We still have level 3. Now I just need to get out of here with it. So, honestly, the level 3 shot doesn't matter that much in the area we're going to be going to, but I would like to have it. That's the thing. And the only reason I'm going into those rooms, in case people are like, why doesn't he just avoid those rooms? I need the keys that are in them in order to finish the stage. So we're kind of stuck with that. Is this room over here, for example, has the yellow key that I need in order to go in the next room that'll have the red key, which is how we leave the stage. But there's also hostages to rescue, which are down below in this room as well. So we're kind of stuck here at the moment. And while Ninja 5.0 may not necessarily mean the same thing to everyone, the other name for this game, Ninja Cop, might help you figure out a little bit more about what this is all about. Because I believe it's the European name is Ninja Cop, and then in America... Actually, yeah, I think it was Europe and basically everywhere else it was Ninja Cop, and then it became Ninja 5.0 for the US release, I believe is the situation there. Okay, got the frogs. Got the guy with the gun. Okay. Now I just need to get back out of this room and over to where the other guy is. Yeah, to help put it in perspective for everybody coming in, this game was rated on how long to beat as about a 3.5 hour to clear game. We're nearly 2 hours in now, and I'm halfway. So it's roughly going about what I expected it to go, in that it was going to take a bit longer than that time was rated at. Okay, all the rescues are accomplished. I just need to get through the yellow door room now, which we haven't even been in there yet, I don't think, so that's going to be an adventure. But hey, progress. Honestly, the thing about this game that's the most difficult is it's a one-life game where you have to continue every time you lose a life at all. These platforms are proving to be a real menace, but it's also beneficial to me a little bit to stay back here. There he goes. He dropped a power-up. Oh, the fire. Oh, there's another one? Okay, hang on. Invincibility. Just chop him. There we go. Okay, we have the red key, so let's just get out of here before anything can go wrong, shall we? The thing is, we're going to be in an awful position for the next stage, because you only heal a little bit between stages, so... And when you continue, you're put in the position you were in at when you entered the stage, so we're going to be entering the next stage with that much health. Oh, and it's the boss. Right. Right. Oh, this is a life choice I've made here. Right, because it's 4 stages counting the boss, not 4 stages and the boss. Oh, wait. We got rid of the frog. You know, for the fact that this guy's labeling was sniper, I kind of expected him to, you know, shoot, not just Beyblade around the room. That's certainly something else. This fight might not be too bad, though, because the frog's not that difficult to knock out. He's actually more dangerous off the frog, though. But it seems if you hit him while he's bouncing around, he just stops and goes back to the frog. Sounds good. Take care of yourself, Lilia. Thank you again for bringing your community over. Always appreciated. Oh, okay, it's not hitting him that makes him stop, it's just he stops eventually. Okay. Okay, that was a clever idea, but it didn't work. The timing could work out for trying to use the invincibility to push through this fight, though. We just have to time the invincibility pretty well because we don't have much time using it. But thankfully, the frog has very big vulnerability openings with the flamethrower it does. Like, if I do this fight slow, we're probably actually in a really good position overall. Oh, nope, he's doing something different now. And my invincibility didn't take. I did press the input for it, but... that's the risk of double input moves, is sometimes you hit them, like, just slightly apart and it's good enough that the game's like, nah, you didn't do it, though. You didn't do it well enough. Oh, he landed on me jumping back to the frog. We did so well avoiding him that time, too. Yep, I'm gonna get cooked. I didn't have a choice there. Oh, wow, they have a full animation for him dying in water, huh? Yikes. Just floats to the surface slowly. Incredible. Okay, that was really good damage, getting that close shot at him. Knock him off again. I actually wanted to stay on the frog a decent amount here. But not that long. Oh, it was so close. If I had just committed to jumping and throwing one more time, we would have been fine, but I hesitated. We can win this, though. That proves we can win this. We're not in an unwinnable position right here. I was worried a little bit we were. Or I'll be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure what determines when he gets knocked off the frog, because we've hit him a varying amount, and he just flies off it sometimes and not other times. The problem is, the fact that they can push you to a position where you don't have anywhere to move and you're going to just get cooked with the fire breath kinda sucks. Like, I see what I need to do there, I just keep not being in the right spot to make the thing happen. Because what you should do is when he jumps when you're closer to an edge, you just slide under him. But I keep being too far back to risk the move. So I end up just getting in a real bad spot. And then I keep getting my positioning wrong on his bounces now. Yeah, because you just do that, and then you can avoid getting flamethrower trapped. But you gotta time it well, getting past the flamethrower to get close enough to be under him when he jumps. Knocked him off again. That seems to be a thing, though, is we can parry his spin with a spin over our own. And that might actually be a better play than using the invincibility for that, so I can save that for if we're almost dead and he's almost dead. We can get a finishing blow that way. We're getting this figured out. We're almost good for this fight, and then we have just the final mission left. Thing is, I need to actually time my spin properly. Need to counter his. That was dicey as all hell. What are you doing? I mean, you're giving me a lot of room to work with here, and I'm fine with that, but I'm confused at the same time. Yeah, his low spin's actually very easy to counter, apparently. After this flamethrower, we're gonna need to swap spots. No. I had no move to make. If I jumped, I died. If I slid, I died. If I tried to go off the edge, I died. Ah, we were almost there, though. If I hadn't gotten caught in my own inputs with the swings on the ground, we would have actually had him. So what I was trying to do was keep jump spinning at him while I was invincible. But I fumbled a jump, so it ended up turning into me just swinging on the ground a bunch. It'd be really funny if knocking him into the spikes just killed him outright. If that was like a quick kill move, that would actually have been really cool. It'd be dumb, but it'd be really cool. Yeah, there's a very specific spot you can catch him on his jump. Yeah, I was on the wrong side. I should have been on the left. Well, time to rise to the surface in death again. This is fine. I do enjoy this fight now that I figured out the spacing to go under him. This actually is a decent fight. I kind of like this one better than the first fight, actually. The first fight was a lot of just hurry up and wait. Here we go. I fucked up again, though. We'll just invincibility through. There we go, get countered. Because we're getting power back, so actually I should be using my invincibility more. Nice, we actually caught him real fast that time. That was so smooth. I don't think we even got hit. Oh, there was health up there the entire time, huh? They keep putting health at the top of the stage for the boss fights. And hey, we rescued everybody without getting any accidental dead hostages this time. Alright, final mission. If this goes really fast, we'll actually be in way early, and I may actually have to pick another game, because this was intended to take 4 hours and then we were gonna stop. We'll see. The airport was taken over early this morning. The airport is still under hijackers' control. Get on the jetliner and rescue the hostages. Oh, it didn't even tell us what our opponent was there. So this might not be final mission now that I think about it. Because some of the stuff I saw in the intro doesn't match what an airport would possibly have, even a video game airport. Oh, there's spike. Why are there spikes on that box? What the fuck? Okay. We need to come up there when we have the green key. Like, with how big this one room is... I thought he was gonna shoot sooner. That was me just being real hasty because of the other gunner. Because we don't have a safe spot in front of the gunner at the bottom, nor do we have a safe spot against the gunner at the top unless I go far enough back that the safe spot won't matter. Oh, I just sliced the dynamite. Huh. I didn't even realize I could do that. I can't believe that landed. I wish I could say that was skill, but that was just pure luck. Ow, my feet. I thought I was out of range of the blast. Because those look really small, but I guess they're like a little bit larger than they look. Go. That's that hostage saved. I wonder what that alarm is, because it's not me showing up. Is they would have known I was here long before now, considering. Two shot. Rid of his friend. Hit him with a fireball. Hit him with another fireball, and there we go. Now we can leave this room without having to worry about anybody popping us as we come back in. Not really sure why that guy climbed over his box. He was safe there. Little box impedes our movement so hard somehow. Okay. So we went up the elevator shaft because, you know, elevators are obviously not going to be available right now. Oh, that's bad news that you're here. Oh, I stood still for just a little too long. I will say, my outlook on this game massively improved after we got out of that at flamethrower hell. It's almost like getting to do stuff again makes the game feel a lot better. Then again, every game also has, like, that one, like, nightmare stage. I wouldn't be surprised if that factory stage was one of the stages where any kind of speed run for this game would probably go to die. Like, depending on how you end up getting through that determines whether your run is going to be a success or a miserable failure. There we go, that's everybody here freed. Now we go back up the elevator shaft and we go get beat up by a robot again. But if I can keep level 2 shot when I get up there, that will help. There we go, that was more effective than going in and taking a swing at the other guy. There we go. Still not sure what the random alarms are about. I was under the mistaken impression that multiple fireballs were going to be able to kill that thing quicker than it did. Oh, all of that was just for a key, huh? Okay. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised by that now that I think about that. Every time I hear that alarm go off, I keep expecting like a flying platform to go by and crush me or something. I don't know what that says about my expectations. Aside from probably just, you know, not great things, probably. Yeah, you know what? No. No. Just not dealing with that. We're not dealing with multiple spirit throwing guys. Thank you for having a ledge in the way of your shot, bud. Okay, all rescues completed, so I don't have to worry about any hostages anymore. Right, the spikes are in the way. So now we go use the green key to go open the door over here. And then I presume we get the red key from there, but we didn't open a yellow door at any point, which is a little concerning. We also didn't see a yellow key. Oh, that's not great. Yeah, fighting him at that range is awful. That's what I was worried about with that. I had intended to slide back through the gap, but I was a little too slow. Fucking short reach crouch attack. This game really does do well at making your movement feel satisfying, again, when it's working. Like, when you're not fighting it constantly, it does great things. I can say that about a lot of games, admittedly, but it's still just facts either way. That is not what I told you to do at all, and if you just actually did what you were told when you were told to do it, you wouldn't have smacked your head into a bald man. Because I had told him to let go of the grapple right as we passed the top of the stairs there, so I could have launched to the right and spin attacked the guy that was over there on the right. But he just didn't let go for some reason. Like, I know letting go is difficult, but I kind of need him to do that sometimes. Well, now we're gonna have a much harder time dealing with them. Why did you let go without me telling you to that time? Maybe the A button on this thing is going. Maybe there's actually a problem there. I say I haven't had this controller that long, but I also have to acknowledge that my sense of time is, no longer accurate these days. Because as it turns out, working from home all the time with very little reason to pay attention to dates makes your sense of time fall apart very drastically. Yeah, I made a risky play there because I knew we were in a bad spot anyway. So, my statement of it's not been that long may, in fact, also mean that it's been like 3 years without me realizing that I've been using this controller. Which, with how heavily used this controller's been, it would then become believable that the A button's going. Especially with those games where we've had to mash that button from here, or to next Tuesday. In fact, now I need to know. Hang on. I can easily check how long I've had this controller, and it's gonna bug me until I know the answer. So one moment. Okay, no, I have not had this that long. It's only been a year. I thought so. I was actually right this time. Instead of my memory, as far as time goes, being over a year off. But I think the specific types of joysticks that this has, like those Hall effect ones, only started getting made in the last, like, year or so anyway. At least to my knowledge. Which I could easily be wrong. Why are you not listening to me? Why do you not follow directions? Didn't I kill you? Or am I getting the various attempts crossed now? Well, we're not in a great position here. Especially since nothing is dropping power-ups, like, at all. Yep. Yay, animation priority. Because, you know, we can't have our fancy animations getting interrupted at all. We gotta make sure that and you get to see every frame of him bending his legs as he lands, rather than you being able to jump when you need to. Nope, too early. I was worried I was going to be a little short on that swing. Yep, I had a feeling I was going to overshoot that. The intent was to spin attack, hit the guy that's behind the box, land on the box, and then jump and attack the next guy. But kind of bounced wrong there a little bit. Why did he take so long there? I feel like he delayed extra. But again, I cannot guarantee my sense of timing there at all. Because, you know, impatience can make time skew and weird things happen. God damn it. Somehow that worked. Okay. See, I'm really trying to avoid losing so much health early here, and it's just not working. Let this be a lesson. Don't play a precision platforming game after having stayed up till past 3 in the morning in the previous night. You will end up with a much less effective result and a much lesser impression of the game at hand. But this is what I get for not wanting to change the schedule once the schedule exists. Okay, that does work, it just didn't work very well. Managed to salvage that somehow. Whether we're able to salvage the rest of this, though, that's a whole other question. The answer to your question is no. Nice double. I thought about trying to do that before, and I backed off of it every time because I don't trust myself enough to land that. And lo and behold, I landed it without intending to. Much better. And now to waste it. He was gonna contact damage me when he walked over that. I think we all know that that's exactly how that was gonna work out. I'm trying to save my... You know what? Oh yeah, it won't kill me if I fall down. I'll just have to climb back up the elevator. Okay, good to know. I was gonna try to save my magic for the mess in that next room. But I think getting to that room is more important than saving my magic for that room. Though I did forget that that room was quite literally right here. I, for some reason, thought there was another room in between. Oh, he can go down the boxes that way, huh? Okay. I'm pretty sure we've seen him do that, and I forgot. Which, that's unfortunate. But, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Probably. He says absolutely not thinking it's fine in the slightest. That'll work. That's a bit smoother a way of doing that part. I did not mean to end up here, but you know what? That worked. Like, the amount of cool moments you can have with this game when it's not in the middle of killing you really is what gives me that weird split in how to feel about this. Case in point, didn't tell him to grapple a second time, but it was my fault because I did hit jump again because I was trying to jump as I touched the ground. Like some games will let you do. Forgetting that a double jump input is essentially just grappling hook in that moment. Like, I'm self-aware enough to understand where I go wrong with almost every move I make here. And the problem with that is, well, realizing every move I made that was wrong. Okay, so I absolutely need to save my magic for the next room. I don't have a choice. I'm gonna have to, like, slow play this guy that's here. Except for the fact that I keep getting animation screwed here. Because I'm trying to throw a decent amount of them so we actually, you know, move him along. Even though I just said we're gonna have to slow play that. And then there's those times where he moves like he's just in a pool of jello. Despite being a ninja. I feel like if this game had simpler animations and more of a focus on the movement instead of the animations, I feel like this would feel a lot better. Would it look as good? No. But I would always rather it feel good than it look good. That's the first time we've hit the side and got electrocuted. now we have even less health for this part. And for some reason, no grapple at that moment. Alright, we're having new problems now. Wonderful. That's what we love to see, right? New problems. Just barely didn't make the length on that jump. Probably should have saved that power-up for after this part, but it's fine. And I'm just not even gonna deal with the knife guys up there this time. They're not that big a problem. All it is taking up time where we could be doing this part. Okay, game? I would love to know why you just wouldn't. That's not where I wanted to grapple at all. Yeah, sometimes just that plain grapple straight up just doesn't take, which is bizarre considering you would think a single button input would be more likely to work than a 2-button input. But apparently we would all be wrong in thinking that. There we go. Having level 2 shot made a massive difference for that part. You know, the next time somebody says a grappling hook makes every game better, I'm gonna present them with this game. Like, I feel like this game may make a perfect counterpoint against that line of thought. As much as the grappling hook is fun here, I do feel like the addition of the grappling hook may actually be hurting this experience. So I suppose the immediate rebuttal there would be a properly implemented and well-working grappling hook makes every game better. Which I no longer have an argument. Is that much is true. Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna be in trouble on that one. I should have just attacked. I hesitated again. I fucking hesitated again. Though, I gotta say, it's dirty pool having one of those big guys just in that tiny little corridor like that. Surprised that gave it to me, but I'll take it. timing. I gotta say, a lot of this place's problems would be solved if they had a ninja police force of more than one ninja. You know, just a thought. Maybe spend more of your budget hiring additional ninjas and perhaps give them more than just a single sword and some shurikens to solve this entire terrorist situation. Just a thought. You know, maybe a little bit of backup, maybe some equipment, you know. I don't know. I wonder if they just pushed the limits too much, making these rooms the size they did. Maybe that's part of why the thing breaks the way it does sometimes. Because the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm starting to notice some commonality between the times where it ends up being weird. I can't guarantee that, of course, but... because I could be drawing false conclusions here. But I'm trying to piece together why this is having the issues that it's having. I really don't need to take that risk jumping to the center like that, like I'm doing, but... I'm also worried that it won't actually hit them all if I don't center up first. Okay, best possible scenario again, other than having saved our ninja magic for this point. Which we do have some invincibility, so I may be able to, like, just nonsense my way past the big guy with that. Okay, those guys were actually really easy to deal with. Where the fuck did you come from, though? He just came running in from the other side. Because apparently those guys are, like, super attentive and realize when their buddies get attacked. Okay, that's why this ledge over here exists. They expect you to swing all the way across the top here. Mostly, if I'm honest, just because you can. Like, I can't really give them a good excuse for why they expect you to swing across this section here. Is the elevator being out? That makes sense. This is such a shit position to have to fight this guy from. Yeah, no matter what you do there, you're gonna get screwed. Because if you swing too low, you hit the spikes. I mean, I could stop swinging, but I'd have to wrestle with the momentum enough to stop swinging. And I feel like I'm gonna get hit in the time it takes to do that. Especially when you just misjudge the screen distance just a hair and end up slamming into him to begin with. That's also a whole problem. If you're thinking I'm wishing right now that I'd save that heal, you'd be right. There he goes, and that's the red key. Okay. So that's good news and bad news. The red key being there means we're at least gonna be able to get out of this stage. The bad news is we're gonna be starting the next stage with every life in that stage with not a lot to work with, as seems to be tradition. Which, that's another point about this game, probably, is this game's probably way easier when you do better in most of the stages. Because you end up with more available to you in each stage if you aren't reliant on what's in the stage to do anything. And that was just stage 1 of this section. There we go. Get rid of that guy. Yeah, I may as well grab that health pickup. Is that grabbable? It is, okay. So we can swing over this way and grab our power-up. I'm glad I didn't go fast there, because otherwise we would have ended up obliterating that hostage. Alright. Yeah, I had a feeling when I didn't see any obvious enemies in the room that there was gonna be ninjas. Which, in a way, makes the ninjas more obvious than your average enemy. Which is a weird thought to think about, but it's true. Hi. How you doing? Not great, huh? You know what? Understandable. And now you're doing worse. Go to jail. Goodbye. Okay, that was required. So all of that was for the blue key, and there's still more above us. Okay, we got a machine gunner and a power-up. What's behind door number 2? Oh, I'm so glad there was a ledge there. My reflexes would have gotten me in so much trouble. Dick move having these ninjas appear on either side, no matter which of those guys you go for. Alright. So that's this whole section cleared out. Don't need to come up here anymore. The tricky part's gonna be getting back out of this section here without hurting myself. Okay, I can grab this. That solves that problem then. Oh god. Nope. Alright. Sorted that out. Now I gotta go crawling through the electro vents, which is kind of what I was trying to avoid. Okay, there's the blue door, so I did everything in the right order. Oh, what the fuck? No. Absolutely not. Thanks, game. Thanks for not having him grab that ledge. I was trying to grab the ledge so I had a little bit more room when I jumped. Yep, didn't want to do a spin attack there at all or anything. Hey there, Earth, how's it going? Good to see you. Yep. Give me the power-up, is gonna need it in this room. Come on. You can swing better than that. We've done it many a time. There we go. Maybe not many a time here specifically, but... Ah! Hope it goes well for you. And I definitely understand the feeling on the I'm alive. May or may not have been up a little too late last night. But you know. Gotta keep doing what I gotta do. Nah, you'll be fine. I have complete faith in you. Okay, yellow and green doors are up here. I forgot to check that when we were up there before. Look, fine and alive don't always have to be the same thing. I mean, I can definitely say things are totally going fine here, and you know what? Look, that kind of tracks so far. As long as you end up having a good time, that's the part that matters. Ooh, that was close. If I had been a split second slower, that hostage would have been getting sliced in half instead, and I would be losing a lot of health. I was worried he was gonna leave dynamite behind when he died. Just completely swung the wrong way there. That was entirely my fault. Symphony of the Night is good stuff, yeah. And this is a Konami game, so... connections there would make sense. Though in a weird turn of events, I feel like even Castlevania 4 had a better controlling whip hook there. I mean, this is true, but I have definitely dropped a few timings, and in addition to this game dropping inputs itself, because it definitely has. Like, that right there, that was my fault. I panicked, hit the jump a second time, which put the hook into the wall, that got me stuck there. It'd be very funny if he could blow himself up with his own dynamite when I make him drop it in front of himself. Oh, I've been doing plenty of that today. Plenty of blaming the game, which is accurate, but also plenty of admitting, like, nope, I hit the wrong thing there. I disagree with that not hitting him first, though. I definitely was right on top of him, and he still somehow hit me first. But I have to assume that the spin just ended right as it made contact. And that was just embarrassing for everybody involved when both of us missed there. Go. Don't need to go that way. Don't know why I thought I needed to go that way. Probably because it would be better to go that way than it would be to go where I'm trying to go. A little bit, yeah. It's got the same kind of... Thanks, game. Thanks for grappling that way when I told you to grapple up. It's the same in kind of like sort of rotoscoped animation style. Well, we're in an awkward spot again. Thankfully, we have infinite tries. Just gotta keep refining it every time, and we'll get there eventually. The classic eventual... Why did he just kind of stand there instead of activating it all? That was the exact same timing I've done before, and he just decided, nah, I'm just gonna have a brain fart, which saved his life. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. Up and around. Wow. The physics of those launches remains an elusive concept to me. Keep stepping one step too far and ending up in that ninja. It's a problem. He is most certainly not my type. Round and round and round and round and round and round and round. Up one more time. Somehow we got away with missing all of that, but it worked out. I think he was just as confused as I was. Yeah, that guy's just idling. What? There he goes. He finally remembered he was supposed to do stuff. Like, he realized that the best defense was just never firing. If he never shoots, I can't get him. Smartest henchman around. Showing his hostage to TikTok, I understand. It's like, look, I know this is a tense situation, but look at this. Look at this. Look at this thing. You've seen anything like it before? Why he talks like that? I don't know. He just does now. This is just how he sounds. Don't you love when they fire from off screen? I know I do. Like, he was on screen long enough for him to activate, so I understand how it happened, but I still disagree with him shooting from off screen. Speaking of Peak Ninja, I really wish that the rope swinging mod in Peak worked more like this does. If I could swing this hard in Peak, I'd be at the peak in minutes every goddamn time. Which is also why that mod doesn't work that way, probably. Instead, it works very disappointingly and doesn't go anywhere. I need to tinker with the physics on that more, though, because they do give you customizable physics for that. Okay. Why can I not hit him? That was very strange. Also forgot to go in this door. I just kind of launched. It is difficult. Ironically enough, part of why I was up so late last night was I finally got to the peak with a group last night and actually survived getting up there finally. Like, I actually got to leave alive for once. And that was a whole endeavor. Like, I think that might have been the single longest run of Peak I've ever had to get that done. Because we spent the majority of that at attempts stuck in the tropics. Because I was being very gung-ho about making sure everybody survived. And, it was taking a lot to get everybody climbed up out of there, as we had some pretty significant injuries. But stubbornness prevailed. Everyone made it to the peak. Now, will I ever be able to do that on my own channel? We'll see. I'm gonna file that under a very significant maybe. We will probably be playing Peak again this coming Thursday, so we'll see how that ends up working out. Take care, Earth. Always great to see you. Best of luck with the zombies. Right, I was already injured. I thought I could get away with that, so I was gonna save my ninja power, forgetting that I was already basically one hit. That's fine. Every time it'll get a little faster, a little smoother. That's a bad omen that we got hit there. Or it's a great omen. Because maybe now the entire sequence will shift slightly because we took a hit there instead of where we normally take a hit. And I say that because that's happened before. I get hit early in an attempt at something, and I just assume everything's gonna go horribly wrong from there, and then somehow magically it all works out because I play like just a little more carefully because of the early injury. This does not seem to be one of those situations, but the logic is sound. This has happened before. He didn't even know I made it here. I think he was just as surprised as I was that I made it up there in one swing. I landed wrong. That was on me. Come on. Use gun. There you go. That's why you don't use gun in a knife fight. That was entirely me. I thought I didn't make it over the ledge, so I pressed the jump again to go up the ledge, and, yeah. Yeah, suddenly I had a bullet in my crotch, and it was painful. But you gotta say, out of all the places to be shot, that's probably a 0 out of 10. That's probably a big problem. Kind of funny how I always say I dislike repetition, and this is accurate, but displays of stubbornness somehow work out for me, which would essentially be the same as an exercise in repetition. But I guess that's just another one of those contradictions of being human. So, a lot of the time, honestly, humanity seems to be an exercise in contradiction. God damn it. There we go. Set off the ninjas. I don't know how I got away with that one, but I'll take it. Ditto with that one, actually, yeah. Yeah. There we go. That actually went decently. Now we just gotta take it from there successfully. Makes you wonder how all this exposed wiring happened. Then again, this airport may have just been shittily maintained to begin with. The terrorists might not even have damaged that. That may just be like, we'll fix it later. Later never actually happens. Now, we did get the green key, so going over this might not even be necessary. But the fact that there's this gap here bothers me. God damn it. The worst part is, I told him to let go before that flamethrower started. I was lined up to land on him and chop him, but he just didn't take the release command. So I'm like, okay, I will have to just fix that, and then bad things happened. Though, thinking about it, I think I know what's over there, and I shouldn't have gone over there yet. I'm pretty sure that's where the red door is gonna be, because we haven't seen the red door yet. So I probably jumped the gun going over there. So, in my vain hope, I was hoping that there'd be a heal over there, was why I was trying that path. Is I'm like, yeah, they made it hard to get there. It's probably gonna have good stuff there. Boy, was I wrong. All it had was death. God damn you, why did you delay so much? Like, I swear they delay a varying amount sometimes. Which is smart. It also bothers the hell out of me, because I'm like, he should have moved by now. Why didn't he move? I'll just swing, because he's probably gonna move now. And then he didn't. And then I stabbed a man in the face that didn't deserve to be stabbed. Well, maybe they did. We don't know if all these hostages are good people. Some of them could be awful people, too. Contact damage. There was something else I was going to say before all that started going sideways, and I already forgot what it was. Like, there was something very specific I was going to mention. And it's just gone. It just went poof. Now, I'll admit, I don't think what I was going to talk about was something relevant to what we were doing either. I think it was like an informational thing. So if it's important, it'll come back. Just, you know, when will it come back? Good question. I'm pretty sure it was one of those, I'll mention this with regard to future projects while I'm thinking about it. And then the thought got interrupted and the thought just went, poof. I hate when the chain doesn't let go, because I definitely was mashing the button and nothing happened. We got him in the toe. The most dangerous place to hit a ninja. Because after all, if they don't have a toe anymore, they can't do all their silly running and jumping and ducking and dodging and diving. It's just science. Right, we have level 3 power. Probably still gonna use our special to deal with the ninjas that are gonna be in that other room, though. Because that's probably wiser. Oh yeah, one of the things I was going to talk about is since I'm going to be giving Repo a break again, I need to figure out what to replace Repo with. Because like even with the better card, it hasn't 100% solved the Repo problems. It's solved every other problem we've had on the channel. It just has not entirely solved the Repo problem. Repo still has some very odd issues. Part of that, admittedly, being the... I did figure it out, by the way. The mod, I had to get rid of the post-processing, both to make it a little easier to see and to try to trim back some of the requirements a little bit. Even though the requirements for that game aren't very high either. There's some odd optimization here and there. Turns out that mod broke. And that's what all the red errors and such were. I did some more digging on that since that situation had unfolded. And that's what I had found. So that's why that ended up being the way it was. Because I was thinking back on it, and the CPU usage was like really high that session. So I ran it again in my own time without anybody with me, and it was still running kind of high. So I was looking at the logs, and I don't know when it broke, but at some point after my testing of it, it broke. And it was just spitting red errors all over the place in the log, which even just the logging of that alone, for those that don't know, causes a lot more trouble. Is when something's constantly making new log information, that's a lot of work the machine's having to do just to keep up with that. So that was the source of part of that problem. But yeah, I'm going to be seeking new avenues to make Thursday these collab slots still work. Obviously, we're probably going to bring back some of the stuff we've done before, things like lethal and such, since those are still safe options, and I still know people that are going to want to do that. And like I said, Peak is going to make a few more appearances at the very least, though that is starting to run out of momentum for me at the moment. So that's another reason why I'll be looking for more things to fit into there. Because I don't want to have the Thursday slot stop being what it is. But I'm running out of things to use in that slot that are just simple, a lot of people can get involved things. So that's gonna start getting complicated again. Apparently he just didn't turn around that time. And you know what? We take those. That's what's commonly referred to as bank error in your favor. Yeah, I figure I may as well bring you all up to date on the thoughts going into that while we're just chewing our way through this situation here. Because it's useful information for y'all to have. let's clear that out, so I don't have to worry about that on the return trip. And let's just do this immediately this time. We'll still have one guy left, but one guy is easier to deal with than many. I was trying to get all three every time. That's why I kept getting into trouble and kept getting hit before I could get my magic off. So I suppose while we're doing this right now, if anybody has like larger scale multiplayer things to suggest, feel free to do so now. Or just like kick me a message on Blue Sky or something, because I read my Blue Sky messages more often than I read my Twitter DMs, but I am reading those again now. So if that's the place you can contact people, that will also work. Don't bother with Twitch Whispers, I'm probably not going to read those. Okay, there's the yellow key immediately. Okay, that's just a warning block. Ah, it's warning me that there's spikes down there. Look at them being nice and telling you, hey, there's death below. Look at that. Oh, interesting. Oh, there's the red key. I'm glad I came down here. So wait, the yellow door doesn't have the red key in it? Interesting. More health, very good. And there's the last rescue target. They'll never see me coming. And I'll never hit him, apparently. There we go. And there we go, we came in through the other end of the door. You know what? That's actually neat. I like that. I like that there was two separate avenues of approach there. Now, admittedly, we have to go through the nightmare, which is that little tiny spot you have to squeeze through to get to the red door, presumably. On the bright side, we do have health, and we do have some power behind us. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. I tried to lower a little bit to get some room to maneuver. Nope, fuck you. Not even dealing with you. Not worth it. Hey, full health. The jetliner flew out of the airport. The captain is being held hostage in the cockpit. Rescue the captain and bring the hijackers down. We still didn't get told about a boss. Oh, this is still stage 3, though. I was wondering if this was like a separate mission, since he had a different briefing. I mean, I guess it is just an extension of the other mission, though. Okay, I can definitely tell which of y'all are gonna get up. Gee, I wonder if the bald guy with the sunglasses in the green suit that's the exact same as the guys that have been attacking me is gonna be the guy that gets out of his chair and tries to kill me. Like, the only trick they have up their sleeve is when and what order they're gonna get out of their chairs in. And the fact that they'll sometimes double up. I wasn't ready for the double up. They got me with that one. Why does this plane have so many big crates on it, on that note? I mean, I guess it might be, like, representative of the passenger's luggage, maybe, but that seems incorrect. Was the blue door back here? It was, so I didn't have to be pushing forward as hard as I did anyway. We might be able to find a way around some of the problems. Though, obviously, we need to get all those hostages, in theory, anyway. Neither of you dropped a power-up, huh? Well, fuck you too. Speaking of fuck you too... They really like their big enemies in small corridors at this point, huh? I mean, it makes sense, because that's definitely going to be a problem. It's a good thing I can't hit a hostage after they're saying thank you. I can sure as hell hit them before that, though. Oh, boy. Well, that's a casualty. Hit the wrong button combination. I meant to hit the super after sliding, but I ended up going for the super instead of sliding. Because I tried to do both inputs simultaneously, basically. Because I was like, I have no time, I gotta do everything, gotta do it all. And then everything went to hell in a handbasket. Case in point, my timing just was right off rhythm there. And I didn't even think about it. I still think they should just let me slice them while they're still sitting in their chair. They're very clearly part of this gang. Stupid rules of engagement making me have to wait till they shoot first. Another mild problem I was noticing a lot of when I was playing Repo in particular is I also noticed I fell silent a lot in that game. And a lot of that was because I was constantly listening out for problems. And I can't, like, yap to y'all and listen out for problems with guaranteed effectiveness. And obviously that still happened with like Peak and Lethal as well, but not to the same amount, I noticed. But we also definitely hit a point where Lethal in particular got way more casual because we figured out ways to make that game easier without getting too easy. And also that game is more forgiving to a certain degree. Like, it's a weird situation with that game in particular, where even though everything can kill you instantly, more or less, it feels more like a fuck-around game. At least that's how it always felt to me, and that may just be a difference in how I feel about it rather than a difference in how the game is. Where's the yellow door? Is the yellow key is the one we just got? Oh wait, yeah, the yellow door was up here. It was upstairs in this room. As we go through here, we go through the next room, and then the next room is where the yellow door was. And Guilty as Sock was pitched again last night. So I'm probably going to do something with that if I can arrange the right people for it. Because that's obviously very much a have the right people game. Which that's been the sticking point for a bunch of different ideas I've had, is a bunch of things require having the right people for them. You may wonder what I mean by the right people. People that aren't going to take it too seriously, but also stay on topic enough to not just be wandering off on a completely side tangent and not even playing the game anymore. There's a lot of things like that thrive where you can have just absolute nonsense occurring, but also the actual activity still being moved, if that makes sense. Oh, there's just a fire dragon here, huh? Okay. Oh, interesting. So we've got a hostage situation while fighting this boss. And if I hit the hostage, we lose. Ooh, this is brutal. This is actually going to be really rough. Because that basically means we almost can't melee this fight. The only way I can melee is if I get a high enough clearance jump to guarantee that I won't make contact. Wow, no, never mind. Because I don't feel like that sword swing made contact with the hostage, and yet they died anyway. Because that looked like it cleared completely. So I basically just can't touch my shoulder button. If I touch that shoulder button, it's over. So we're gonna have to take our time here. I wish I had come in here with an upgrade, but I would have needed level 3, because level 2 would have just killed him, I think. How the fuck are you supposed to do this? Like, this fight is a big difficulty increase from the previous two, I'd say. Like, you can duck the mid shot, and you can jump the low shot. It's the sword swing that I'm like, what do I do here? Because they don't jump, it seems, so I guess they expect you to, like, climb over them? Like, you just have to have the clearance to swing over? The thing is, this is a really small area to fight somebody with a really big sword. Like, I almost wonder if this is just one of those fights that this fight just sucks if you don't have a power-up. But you'd also have to shoot from behind to use level 2, so you'd have to have level 3 to make this fight easier. And then there's the fact that they can just walk into you like that. That just doesn't seem great. Like, obviously, that's why they give you health here. It's a real shame that we can't just, like, rescue this guy the way we rescue everybody else. But I'm assuming we need him, and that's why we can't just, like, have him get bailed out of this. Yeah, and I can't hurt him while he's flying around. Yeah, and that's why I haven't been trying to swing over, is, one, the swing's kind of fiddly for doing quick movement so far for me, and you don't have a lot of clearance above them, so you have to do, like, super tight to the ceiling swinging, which you've not seen me do very much of, because I'm not any good at it. This is like a weird Dracula fight, almost. Okay, you can get sword swings in, you just gotta be really careful how you do it, and when you do it. Because during certain animations, the hostage is out of the way enough that you can actually hit with the sword. Though I do feel like during the dragon move, you should actually be able to hit them. I accidentally activated my invincibility, because I'm trying to jump and throw. Well, misread the decision there. They do have fairly clear input as to when their swing is doing which move. I just keep getting it wrong. If I had remembered that this was... Well, I should say, if I had realized this was going to be boss, I would have save stated before going in here. So we could have potentially done better in the other stage, so we could have had, like, level 3 power-up or something to try to do this fight with. I would think the fire suppression on this plane would have gone off by now, with this giant fire dragon thing flying around in here. Oh, you just can do a flat horizontal attack like that, huh? Okay. Good. I do really feel like this fight has too much health for how little space they give you to fight this thing. Nope. Read the attack wrong. Is like, you have, what, like enough room for him to take like 3 steps before he can just hit you with the sword? It's more than that, but you get the point. It does not take him long to cover that distance. And since you have to keep jumping to do anything, you don't get to clock much damage. So I'm starting to see a better method here. It's just going to be really risky. But it'll do way more damage, I think. Because every time he swings, I think I can go for him and actually go up and over him. Okay, I can definitely do that. I take damage doing it, though, which is not what I intended. The hope there was that we could avoid getting hit. Oh, no, I can hit him while he's in dragon form. Okay, that's actually way better then. Just for some reason, I wasn't hitting the right spot before, I guess. Okay, never mind. This fight's actually way more doable than I thought then. Because we sword attack while he's in dragon form to clock way more damage then. Okay. We might actually have this then. We might actually be golden. But I gotta say, it's a really finicky jump to keep trying to land over and over again in order to hit him when he's walking. But I feel like I have to kind of clock as much damage as I can, otherwise there's too much room for error here. This fight will take way longer, depending on what his pattern decides to do. There may be a way to force him to go into dragon form, too. I can't really tell. Oh, yeah. Why did I do that? Oh, right, because I keep making the mistake that this game uses logic where you won't end up clipping the guy's head when you jump over him and swing. I do appreciate where the hostage here at least has a health bar, though, so if you just throw a shuriken wrong, you don't lose automatically. I appreciate that. I don't, however, appreciate that, where he just walked me into the corner there and gave me no room to maneuver. I don't know how I'm getting hit some of the time there. Actually, I'm overlooking something super obvious I could do here. I don't know why I didn't think to just hang there and throw things at him until now. Probably the fact that he keeps throwing high shots that would really quickly kill me doing that. But there's that faster damage that I wanted. God damn you, game! Why must you be so effective with this goddamn spin move? Why can't you stop sooner? Because I thought I was going to hit the ground before he finished rotating, but I forgot that he'll still do the full spin even if he touches the ground. Or at least it'll count. God damn it, he flew lower than I thought he was. I misread the angle. We're getting closer, though. We're getting way closer now because we're actually able to clock real damage. I don't think this is the final fight, though, because of something we saw in the intro. Because there was a different fight we saw with this opponent in the intro. Which, you know, that's kind of silly of them to give away something like that in the introduction of the game. Yeah, while he's spinning like this is actually like a super good opportunity to attack that I should be taking more advantage of. Yep, he's going right into the corner. That was my fault. I thought I could stand up so I could maneuver better. I should have just stayed down. We've got this, though. But we're having the same sequence of events from all the other boss fights, where it feels, like, untenable initially, and then you figure out the trick to it. The fact that sometimes he just, like, hard targets your location with the bounces, though, is fucking nasty. Okay, I can attack him at that angle and it'll hit. Thank you. Less thank you. God damn it. I hate having a lost condition just randomly dropped in the middle of the room. Because I hesitated because we were too close to the hostage with where I was sitting the first time. That's why I made that bad move to the left. Because I'm like, I can't afford to have him be the reason I lose this. It would just be so bad. Fuck's sake. Yep, this is over. It's also very hard to avoid contact damage from the dragon when you try to go for the spin attacks on it. Like, I've managed to line it up a few times, but it is really starting to feel like greed is getting me killed there. You read me like a book on that one. Yes, I clearly wanted to angle myself so that I'd fly into the bad guy, which is totally a move that should work and, like, knock the hostage out of his hand. Ironically enough, I think that might have actually been a better way to do this fight, is if there was a way to knock that guy out of the dude's hands, rather than having to play dodge the hostage the whole time. Like, maybe there is a trick for doing that, but I haven't found it yet. Oh good, I hooked a little too low, and now the input's just not going. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Oh, and now you're just gonna keep walking and sorting. Of course you are. Yep, I threw that one away because we got screwed repeatedly and I had to waste the heal too early. There is a spot where you can hit him with that. I saw it happen. Even when he's not swinging. Unless maybe there was just a frame or so where it was still counting. I'm not sure. but I decided to operate under the assumption that I was correct. Which I really should know better. Oh, of course, just go right into the corner immediately. Yeah, I killed him on purpose there. I'm really seesawing with whether I think this fight's good or if this fight blows. The way he can just fly straight at you with the dragon form kind of blows. Everything else, fairly fine. If you can get him on, like, every spin of the rotation there, I think you could actually, like, clock way higher damage. And that might be the key, is I might just need to wait for him to start spinning rather than attacking him while he's pinballing around. Because I just don't have the angle for when he's spinning. I mean, for when he's not spinning, rather. And that was a greedy swing. I took a risk and it didn't work out. But I think we're on to something there. And I know I'd mentioned the spinning being the good time to attack before, but I didn't commit to it. Still such a dick move that he can swing while you're unable to avoid it at all because you're just all the way in that corner. That was such a bad rotation. But we were also pinned in the corner there. Alright, good night, ABC. God damn it. Oh, and he's spinning all the way over there, so I'm not even gonna have a chance to do real damage there. Yeah, this attempt is probably hooped. Okay, you can get over him, it's just really tight. Yep, and I chose wrong. So close, but so far, every time. Actually, I have an idea, yeah. Now he's just doing all ground sparks. Okay, sure. I'm fine with that. I'm slightly confused by that, but I'm fine with that. Oh, you son of a bitch. Like, the fact that he doesn't, like, really bounce in a natural way is kind of nonsense about that. Yeah, I can't go high enough to avoid the swing, but I hesitated to try to squeeze out of that situation. And we're dead, because he just goes straight for you. Like, there's a certain pace I feel like I'm gonna have to do with the amount of attack and health we have for this to be able to do this. If I do not match the right pace, we just lose. Okay, yeah, I can just lift up to avoid that. That will make this part way easier to deal with. Not what I meant to do in the slightest. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, and now you're gonna hover over the hostage's head so I can't attack you, you fucking bastard. Like, I understand that I should be moving around the arena a lot more than I am, but there's times like that where he skims the ground so close that you basically have to be all the way to one side or you're hosed. And it doesn't seem like you have too much indicator as to how he's gonna bounce, aside from sometimes he targets. So staying on the line seems to be a way to bait him into dragon form. But then that happens, where he just multi-drops on your head over and over again. And I fucked that up completely, and now my hook isn't hooking. Of course you went into fucking dragon form right when I tried to go over there. I hesitated because I was worried about the spacing from where the hostage was. God, that guy's such a fucking hazard. I wish he had the brains to, like, crawl slightly to one side or do anything other than just shake on the floor. Why is this ninja not pilot trained so we could just not worry about killing this man? And for the greater good. Game, why did you just eat my jump input and decide to attack that man? I can't say I'm opposed because I'm very annoyed at him right now, but I did not intend to stab him. Fucking hell. Thanks for just completely trapping me there, because if I slid one more shot forward, I'm pretty sure I would have just taken contact damage from the starting point and died. And if I went left, he was going to take up enough space that I died anyway. It just doesn't matter. Such a dick move. Oh great, and I just completely missed that too. Yay for stiff controls. Had momentum, should have flown way further than that. Got a limp dick launch anyway. We will make this work. We don't really have a choice, particularly. Now, more important to heal. God, he went right back into dragon form. Not often I'm gonna be happy for that, but right now, it definitely was important that he did that. So it was way more important that he didn't just... Oh, wait. That score threshold healed me and gave me full magic. You know what? Fuck you. Die. I didn't realize I'd gotten magic out of that. At last, as a couple times we'd hit that mark. Mission completed. Rescued 21 out of 21. He teleported away, so I'm assuming it's not over. Uh-huh. Mission 4. The Cave. Our agents infiltrated into the suspicious cave. But all the agents are still missing. Of course they got captured because they're bad at their jobs. Target, Tengu Hunter. Ninpo Bat Magic. Oh, this might not be the... This might not be last mission either, then. There may even be more missions than I thought. Like, I had assumed there was going to be an extra mission. But the fact that we're fighting not the dragon guy again tells me I think there's going to be another mission where we fight them again. Because I saw a different fight in the intro against that character. unless they've switched from dragon magic to bat magic. Okay, I have a yellow key, so I need to go back down. What's the catch gonna be, though? Also, it's very interesting that all of these spiders and bats and such have, like, these massive yellow highlights on them. It makes them stand out nicely from the background, but it also makes them, like, stand out from everything else in the game in a really weird way. Yeah, I didn't have a chance there. If I dropped to avoid getting shot, I would have fallen in the spikes. If I stayed there, I would have gotten shot. If I swung at him to try to swing a sword at him, that happened. There's once again a situation of no winning move. Well, there would be technically one winning move, and that would be to retreat. May have worked out. But that would have been just resetting the situation back to us having to find a way to get close enough to him to attack, so we would have been just as SOL as before. And I don't know if we can use our ninja magic in the air. We haven't had a situation where I've tried to do that. But I can definitely tell you you can't do it while doing anything else, so I would find it unlikely that you can do it while in the air. I don't know why the dynamite guy goes running towards you. It's not like he blows himself up or anything, so it's kind of silly if you think about it. Apparently I can't grapple in there at all. Like, you would think we could, like, 1-inch grapple in there and do something, but apparently that's just a no-go. The game just says no to that, even though we have grappled right next to a wall before. Well, I got that bat real good. Not the one I was aiming for in the slightest, but I got him. That was almost cool. Based on how this first mission's going, though, I get the distinct feeling we're gonna be here a bit longer than I expected. Considering we're almost at the 4-hour mark, and we've only just now entered mission 4. Now, I don't think I mentioned this specifically, but I had left open the possibility that we weren't gonna manage to succeed at doing this in one go at all. I was kind of keeping the dream alive at the moment, but, really depends on how long this ends up taking to get through, whether we are going to be able to do this as a one and done or not. Let this be another lesson, and I probably should check, if at all possible, how many times are submitted for a game. so I can find out more accurately whether a time is remotely feasible for the average player or not. To waste so much power there just to not die. There we go. Getting there with the power-up was more or less necessary for surviving that. Okay, we got the blue key and we got the hostage. Now we need to just get out of here. Now we just go to the blue door that's right here. But wasn't there more than one blue door, or am I loopy? It might be just loopy here. Hi, Boomerang Man. Don't mind me. I need to get these first. That was a way better strategy than just fighting him as we were. Nice, we have full meter and mostly full health. They were actually, like, super generous in that room, and now I'm worried. Oh yeah, the bats respawn, huh? Well, that explains part of why that seemed really generous. Now, I must admit, flamethrower versus ninja? Yeah, that makes sense for that to be effective. We are just running around in basically just clothing. And you know what burns pretty well? Most clothing. I'm real upset right now about the fact that they keep just being perfectly timed to when I climb up there, though. Oh, that guy was ducking, and I was too busy tracking the bat path to really notice. There we go. Okay, good. I did activate both bats like I wanted to. Still got hit by one of them, but it worked out a little bit better than it would have otherwise. Let's deal with the Grenadier early this time, like I did originally. In fact, let's deal with the Flamethrower as well, so we don't have to worry about that when we have power-ups. I really wish I would stop getting stuck on everything instead of going where I wanted to. There we go. I swear. Slightly more consistent grapple physics would do such wonders for this game, in my eyes. Absolutely needed fire. If I didn't have fire going into this part, I may as well just drop into the spikes. Because without the spread shot to kill him, you're in real big trouble. You have to get real good at raising and lowering yourself to avoid shots to get through that otherwise. Not impossible, just ugh. Not a method I would like to use for that. Fuck me, man. That stupid little bit of hover you have when you jump. At this point, I may as well have just fought him as I was, and oh, now I've wasted that too. Wonderful. Fucking wonderful. I'm so glad we're in just so much worse a position than we were last time. That makes everything way easier, doesn't it? Oh, wait. Once again, forgetting that this place repopulates with bats instantaneously. Is they're the only things in this game with respawning. Which I'd say, oh yeah, they're magic bats, so that makes sense, but then why did the guy with frog magic not have respawning frogs? Mysteries upon mysteries. That's just a dick move, by the way. Immediate bat upon arrival. Yeah, there's the red key already. We didn't rescue everybody, though. Oh, and there's snakes, apparently. Okay, good. I'm glad I learned about that one now. Yeah, fuck that guy in particular. Fuck me too, I guess. Yeah, you know what? I stand by that statement. Fuck me. Thanks, game. Thanks for just not doing any of what I told you to. Because he was supposed to grab the ceiling, but he didn't follow the directional input from that point. He just decided, I'm just gonna get stuck now. That's what you wanted, right? For me to get stuck? So that we could die? You want die? Okay. We can die. We'll go back for the key in a minute. Possibly many minutes, because the inputs are just dropping like flies suddenly. Because God forbid I get through all of that without getting hit. No. They have to start taking away all of my inputs so that that ends up happening. You know, if I didn't know better, I'd feel like I'm playing a crowd control version of this game where people can just turn my buttons off randomly. Okay, that went a bit smoother at least. Okay, thanks for just randomly letting go there. I definitely didn't press anything relating to letting go, but, you know, clearly he knows better than I do, being the ninja. And there he goes letting go again, when I didn't touch anything relating to my A button. I literally moved my hand off of that button entirely onto the B button, and it still just dropped anyway. And we've clearly stayed hanging longer than that. And we've hit ceilings without falling off, so it's not either of those. I genuinely don't understand. At least we're somewhat recovering. You know, plus or minus the fact that I just could not hit that box that was under me for some reason, even though we've done that repeatedly. I may just need to, A, check to see if there's an update for MGBA that I've missed, or B, start looking for a new GBA setup, because this has worked so well for so long, but recently it's just been not the one anymore. Which is weird, because our setup's gotten stronger, so you would think that there would be less problems, not more. And again, I may just be erroneously blaming the emulator there, but I don't really have anything else to try to change to make the situation better. And it just makes sense to me to try to change things to make the situation better. Because if you just sit there and accept a shit situation, well, you're not really helping anything at that point. Yeah, sure, I wanted you to grapple instead of climbing the ledge, yes. It's almost like that's a prime reason why you don't have too many things on one button. We avoid where the snake is, we avoid falling in the pit. And I just need to cross over to the red door and we're out of this stage. There we go. Kind of a dick move to just have that spider be right above my head like that. Goddamn sort of Damocles spider over here. The red key immediately? No. Oh, that's why it doesn't matter that they gave the red key immediately, because you can't leave without the hostages. Haha. Oh, there's a wall there. Okay, I was like, why is this guy, like, right here? This is definitely a case of I hope you got good at the movement, because boy, do they expect you to be good at it at this point. Yeah. I feel like I needed to just avoid him, but he might have had a power-up that I might have needed. Ah. 100% died to greed there. Not even a debate on that one. He's not a good one, I can tell you that much. He's got low enough agility, they should have just slapped him in a bunch of plate mail. It'd be more effective. The only thing fifth about him is he's a fifth-rate ninja. Now, you haven't seen how bad he's been doing at doing any of the things I'm telling him to do. I stand by my statement. Okay, this is an exit point, not an entry point. hate how tight they make some of these rooms. Well, maybe they shouldn't have sent just one ninja then to try to deal with all this shit. And yes, you're correct, but that doesn't change the problem here. All the correct in the world doesn't help fix the situation. Okay, he had the key that I needed. I'm not surprised. This would also be a perfect time to make the argument that realism was a mistake as far as video games are concerned. The moment realism got involved in video games, mistakes get made on a regular basis. Well, yeah, it kind of gives you away when you wear a uniform, so it's kind of the opposite of being at all hidden. Because then you just go round up all the pajama-wearing dudes that are around. It's like, gee, I wonder how many of these are ninjas. Don't know, don't care, killing all of them. Suddenly your ninja population drops dramatically. One of the few times one of those close to ceiling grabs worked. That's what usually happens. And then I get stuck on all the fucking geometry because he doesn't want to follow directions. Like, if he wants to do things his way, he's more than welcome to do it without me having to be involved. But since I'm stuck here with him, I wanted to fucking listen. Yeah. To be fair, they still were very good at what they did. But yes, they were not how they are frequently portrayed in media because, let's be real, the truth is very rarely as exciting as fiction, even though the truth can definitely be weirder than fiction. Oh, it can definitely be weirder than fiction. You know what? We'll take that. That wasn't great, but it worked. This, however, abject failure. Go in the spikes and think about what you've done. The thing is, you also can't just blame weeps for that one, though. There's even older movies that have ninjas in them that are not even remotely Japanese-made end up with the same incorrect portrayal there. It has been repeatedly. People will tell a true story and get called a bad writer because they actually were telling the truth and didn't want to point out that it was a true story. That's happened on multiple occasions. The fact that these snakes have iframes when they're arriving offends me greatly. Oh, there is a range limit to it. See, I was right to be worried that there'd be a range limit to our screen clearing move, even though they're on screen. Yes, I know I can't go through that door, game. It's almost like I'm not trying to right now. To be fair, if lacking subtlety was grounds for something not being made, very few things made in the last 10 years would have been made. Thanks, game. Thanks for ignoring my input again. I told you to throw it upward, and you decide, nah, I want to throw it way forward, even though you let go of the forward input. I remembered that you touched that button. Not quite where I intended to end up, but we at least made it work. Okay, so there's just two identical sections like this on either side, then. Do they lead to the same place? The answer would be probably not. Yeah, this leads to the same room, but a different part of the same room, because this is where that swordsman we kept having problems with is. And we're going to continue to have problems with him, because they expect you to do a lot with very little power and very little space. Yeah, ignoring the level of cartoonish evil that happens in reality fairly frequently. It's almost like that's where the cartoonish-ish evil ideas came from. Let's go this way because this goes better. It's not great still, but it's better. Can't even get above that crate to get away from the stupid fucking snake. Thanks, game. Thanks for again ignoring my input. Oh, now it works. Wait. Timeout. Timeout. You're telling me I was able to hit that guy in the top left corner of the screen, but I couldn't hit this guy when he was slightly away from me to the right. Uh-huh. Also, don't mind the fact that all of the water's flickering when I pause the game. I'm sure that's probably fine. Okay, so this is that room we were on the other side of before, where I realized that there was an exit spot, not an entrance spot there. There was two snakes there, by the way. And actually, wait, we have the blue key this time. I can actually use this door instead of dealing with all this fuckery for the moment. We can deal with different fuckery for a moment. Okay, there's a ledge in the way there, which is actually to our favor because he didn't realize I was there yet. Okay, this That was surprisingly not that bad a room as long as you have decent power. Thanks for jumping way shorter than I told you to, dumbass. I'm so glad you continue to be the worst ninja. I just accepted death at that point because he has something we need. And I wasn't going to be able to reasonably beat him and the guy past him. Uh-huh. There's a reason why that phrase exists. It's fucking respawning bats, I swear. If I had wanted to play Ninja Gaiden, I would have played goddamn Ninja Gaiden. Get these goddamn bats out of here. See, the problem there is you're trying to apply logic to a being that is not inherently necessarily logical, because the human animal is kind of bad at this whole being logical thing in a lot of cases. Case in point, this jackass who thought he didn't need to swing again, even though he was told to swing again, and there were spikes underneath him. It's almost like he should just preserve his life by listening to what he's told to do by the magical power guiding his hands right now. No, he's just given up on listening to instructions. Which, admittedly, with how many times he's died, I can understand why he starts to stop listening. But his death toll has been much higher since he stopped listening. Getting real tired of that hook going the wrong way. I am aware that he's a real person, but we don't need to follow that topic right now. That is not relevant to what we're doing here. Just leave that one alone. But we don't need to go down the dark line of history discussion right now. Did I get this guy down here already? Yes, I did. Okay. Oh, that's right. I could tell by it because I had the red key. Oh yeah, you know, maybe only possibly. Maybe a little bit. Well, it's a Konami game, so good music's kind of expected. So I would say this is a little bit uninspired music-wise for them. They definitely could have done better. Even on the Game Boy Advance, since they definitely could have done better. Then again, there's a lot of things about this game I could definitely say they could have done better. Oh, we may as well just go this way and at least grab this heal. Do I want to commit to this path right now? The answer is, fuck it, why not? We're gonna die on any of these paths I take at this point anyway. Which thing? You're gonna have to be more specific than that as to why is this happening. why am I in this cave killing these people? Because they're criminals, and I tracked them to this cave, and we're trying to put a stop to that. Why am I playing this game? Because I hate myself. As to his motivation to being a ninja cop, who knows? That was never addressed and probably never will be. You once again expect entirely too much out of the way these games are made. That they're more than happy to just go, yeah, you're a ninja, that's a cop. Here, just go fight criminals. Don't question why. Just go do it. It's literally just the fact that he's gaining more strength that it changes color. There's nothing else to it. There may be like a thematic thing to it, because when he turns red, he does have fire now. So there's an elemental aspect to it. So he goes like dark gray / black for his laser shuriken. So, you know, I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. I also don't know why just blue is his regular shurikens, other than, I guess, blue for police. So I guess this is more of a pink, really. But it's on the red spectrum, so, you know, good enough. Also, I'm just gonna jump in the spikes at this point, because that attempt is already just going horrendously. I gotta ask though, Spooky, are you an English teacher by chance? Because let me tell you, you really sound like my high school English teachers asking for symbolism and things that have no fucking symbolism. And I don't mean that as a negative. It just really just hits right now of like, you know, this really seems right. I kind of figured, but it was too funny not to ask. This very rarely is the convenient explanation correct. That also somewhat checks, actually. Is to put it mildly, the things you try to discuss are far too intelligent for you to be a native English speaker. Or at the very least, definitely not your average native English speaker. You know what, we'll just feed that guy to the snakes. This is fine. The snakes are his problem now. Gotta say, this level's miserable. I thought the factory was bad. No, this place is just... Ooh, this place is hell. I came in through one of the center doors. I don't think I went through the other center door right now, though. Yeah, I didn't, because the health's still here. All the various realities I've been in this stage are starting to run together a little bit. I'm not even sure I'm supposed to be going up this way. I feel like this is another case where this is the exit door. But we can avoid fighting the spooky dark magic guy down there if I just make it up this hole like I've done many times before. Good lord. I'm just not even going to fully acknowledge that one. I do not have the mentality to deal with that right now. that idiot out of the box. Don't worry about how they just vanish into the ether when we let them out of the box. I'm not sure they're real, but you know what? It's fine. They're real enough. They're real enough for me to get in trouble if I don't free them. Because that's a whole disturbing reality. What if none of these prisoners actually exist? I'm forgetting whether prisoners are down there. You know what? Fair enough. The yellow door was on the other side of this, right? Yeah, it was over there. So really, I should have done the other path first. Thank you for once again not following directions, you stupid pajama-wearing fool. Because I specifically input, again, not that y'all will be able to see because I don't have an input tracker on screen. I specifically input for him to turn around before throwing that hook out there, but I did it quickly, which once again, this game doesn't do anything quickly. So it did not keep up with the input, and everything went horribly wrong. But I cannot always mindfully slow my hands down. Let's go get the yellow key first this time. Which is something I tried to do before, but ended up getting annoyed with that path, so I changed the pattern. You would think there'd be something for me to grapple up there, but as I said before, I'm pretty confident that I'm not supposed to be going up this way. Because I'm pretty sure the snake and that guy are both supposed to be stopping me from going to the right and then going down instead of going to the left and going over here. So this has all gone horribly wrong this time, so this whole plan's probably going to fall apart again. Especially when I forget that you can't crouch while in the middle of already throwing things. So all I did was just actually throw again. So I keep ascribing too much capability to this character. Nope, did it again. Doesn't matter though, we had already fucked that up enough that there wasn't a point. Oh, that just hits you when you're crouched anyway. Love that for me. What's the point of crouching if a standing attack can hit you? Answer, about the same amount of point of trying anything with the input of this game, apparently. You just hope it works, and that's the best you can do. I would love to know why that guy so proactively was using his flamethrower. Like, respect for the guy being smart and proactively putting fire in my path, but they're not supposed to be smart like that. That's not how their design is supposed to work. Because it hasn't before, so why would it suddenly start doing now? Like, there's a world in which their AI actually gets better as the stages go, but that's a rare thing. I feel like that's not gonna be the case here. Except now it's happened twice. which removes it from being completely just a fluke. Then again, that guy also has been firing early too. So I'm confused at how I'm doing the same thing and getting different results. Like, ordinarily you'd say doing the same thing and expecting different results is madness. And yet here we are doing the same thing and getting different results. What a weird world to be in. Okay, got through that. I should remember that the bats go on a goddamn sine wave and just immediately avoids your attack. I should have either not been there or used my sword instead of trying to shoot them. But it's like, oh yeah, it's a spread shot. It's designed for dealing with small, annoying targets like that. It's the perfect plan. Immediately fails. Now that we have the yellow key, now we don't, in theory, need to go in that room ever again. I really wish he would turn around faster. I keep making the mistake of thinking he will turn around quickly. Because he can when he wants to, just doesn't fucking want to when it involves him surviving, apparently. When it involves pissing me off, he's great about it. And again, he's great at a lot of things involving pissing me off, so I suppose I shouldn't be shocked by that. Oh, of course, don't grab the ledge when you're coming back down. No, even though you clearly could have reached it. The length of these stages is definitely starting to grind me down a bit. In case people didn't get that idea. Why are you firing so fast now? Like, for anybody that came in after the point where they started doing that, I must sound like I've just completely lost it, which, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if I had. See, that one I understand. That one was my fault, is I grabbed the ledge instead of just cleanly landing there. We've had so many times where we land in front of them and they just stare at me. But now in the last few attempts, they've suddenly started just shooting immediately. And I don't know which is the intended behavior. I could genuinely believe either behavior's the intended behavior with the way this game is. And that's what makes it kind of a crapshoot. And for anybody that's like, doesn't he realize the intended pathing is to go around the edges and exit from these rooms? Absolutely, I do know that. But I'm trying to be sneaky, and it's only sort of working out. Like, when I don't screw everything up, it works great. Which may sound like a crazy concept. being successful means you succeed at things. And if anybody was not here before and wonders why I haven't gone down there, it's because of that guy. I could otherwise just go out that door and be fine, but that guy's too much for me to handle consistently, so I avoid going that way. Which is the other reason why I go through this area backwards, is just play keep away from the scary sword guy who I just never seem to have the health to handle fighting. And his attacks are just a bitch to avoid. Problem is, since I don't have the blue key, I'm going to have to go back in there anyway. Like, no matter how you look at it, you end up having to go back in one of those rooms twice. As far as I've been able to figure. Because you have to go in that section on the right to get the blue key to go into the section on the left. To get the yellow key to then go back into the section on the right. Or you go into the section on the left, get the yellow key, and then have to go back for the blue key. Which is why I say that this section kind of sucks, because I must be misunderstanding something about the way this place is laid out. Because this game's otherwise been pretty good about you being able to just go through an entire area in one loop. But this specific stage has that problem. Like, it's made you loop back a couple times, but usually it's for more reason than just, oh yeah, there's one key in a stupid position. Yeah, because here's where the yellow door is. Which is only accessible from the path we just took. So you have to go all the way back through this path again in order to get back to the yellow door. If I can keep level 3 shot, we might actually be able to deal with the sword guy. Who's gonna be right on the other side of this door. There we go. That's the kind of power you need to get rid of him, or you will just suffer. Now we can do this path the way you're supposed to do it. Which that is in and of itself going to be not ideal, probably. But look how much more powerful level 3 shot is. This is why you really need to have level 3. If you have less than that, you're just having an awful time. But one touch and we're going to lose it. Hey, look, there's that one touch. Real shame that you had... Unless you had been here already, which we have, you would have no way of knowing those bats are there, but good luck activating the bats without being in a position where they could easily hit you. This is why we dealt with all the heavy stuff before that. Because level 2 shot will be enough for most everything else that we have left to deal with here. And now we don't have that anymore either, because they have such good positions. Good fucking luck not just getting hit by them. Okay, just 2 more rescues to do, which I presume are going to be on the other side of the yellow door, which is going to involve all the fun and adventure of going all the way back around on the right side again. Oh, right, I never killed this idiot. Which is fascinating that we've been down here, but we haven't dealt with him. Huh. Weird. Not really sure how that ended up happening that way. Almost threw everything away again. Still might. Depends on what's on the other side of this door. Nope. Absolutely not. Now I just need to get to the red door and get through it without dying. Which is thankfully not far, but there's a pair of bats waiting right there and a snake right here waiting to screw the whole thing up. But thankfully we had enough health to tank the bats. Oh wow, that was a full heal. That's surprisingly kind. Okay. Oh, I see. Got a bunch of dots to swing around on. So, boy, is that very leap of faith. Because you can see that they're there, but you can't see them when you're going to swing for them. Really? I keep jumping with, like, the worst timing, and I forgot that they can aim that well. Like, a lot of enemies with arcing attacks usually have set arcs. Those guys can actually, like, purposely choose where their arc's going. I don't know why I thought there wouldn't just be a bat on that side, too. We'll deal with the laser guy later. We have enough problems without dealing with him right now. Thanks, game. Thanks for just completely screwing that up. How do none of these end up hitting that projectile? I clearly am placing a couple in that path, but they just end up being just barely off timing every time. I hate all these fights I'm doing with shitty power, otherwise known as no power at all. And don't get me wrong, it's my fault I have no power-ups to a certain degree. Because if I just did a better job earlier, we wouldn't be lacking for power-ups completely. But at the same time, it's also a matter of they just give you nothing to work with here until after you've dealt with a lot of garbage. And, like, obviously, they expect you to figure out how to deal with those guys by now, probably, because if you get the right positioning, you can do what I just did there. But I've had so many times where that went wrong, too. Oh, to hell with it. I'm going to assume this is an actual power-up. Now it's a key. Why would I ever think that I'll get an actual power-up in this game at this point? There's the actual power-up. After fighting something I would have loved to have the power-up for. But again, it's getting real late in the game, so I'm not surprised that they're being mean with everything they're doing. This doesn't mean I have to like it. Especially when the hook just doesn't reach, and then I somehow don't catch anything on the way down either. But hang on. What's happening over here? Oh, okay, it's just one of those moments. Okay. I saw something that, looking at the notification, looked real bad, and then the follow-up's not as bad. Okay. Got kind of concerned there for a second. I will not elaborate because it's proven not to be a significant situation. It's one of those where a post starts by looking real bad, and then the rest of it's actually mostly okay. Let's save that other health for after this. This is why we saved the health, because I was pretty confident I wasn't going to manage to land the perfect setup again. Yes, that's clearly where I wanted you to swing, even though I absolutely did not input anything even remotely close to that idea. That one was my fault. Like, the fact that they've just basically stopped having the ninja enemies dropping power-ups at all, for example, really sucks. Like, I get it, you're getting toward the end of the game, but you really don't need to just completely deprive the player of any items when you've gotten them used to getting a lot more items than that. Like, I get the idea is that you're supposed to be trying to limit the player as a means of making things more difficult. But if you're limiting the player while simultaneously increasing the hazards, it can very easily hit a point where it's actually not difficult anymore, it's just painful and a slog. And we're kind of reaching slog territory here a little bit. Especially when the game decides to do dumb shit like read B and then A as B and A together and waste your entire meter again. Well, at least we got a full meter refill. Really wish I didn't need it, but you know. God, this layout of this room is not great. Because no matter how you look at it, you're stuck in a really dog shit position here. Especially when the game just stops listening to your inputs again. Maybe the port the controller's plugged into is dying. I don't know. Like, I'm just constantly sitting here trying to think of reasons why these weird input issues would be happening. Well, there went the power up because I forgot there was a bat just always spawned in that exact spot. Just God forbid I just have a lapse in my hypervigilance for a second. Honestly, when he walks back, die. Get the snakes and him and just sort out a lot of issues. The fact that this still is likely not to be the last area is very upsetting. There we go. I just needed to keep him trapped in place long enough for me to deal with him. That was a lot of ninjas. Good news is that's the end of this stage. I just need to get back to the red door, which we know where it is. And if I just keep relatively low, we won't run into the bats. Thanks, game. Thanks for deciding physics is a suggestion and rapidly adding acceleration where there shouldn't have been any. Like, I wish it would accelerate like that when I want it to, but I can hammer that input, but like I'm gonna break my controller in half, and it won't go nearly that fast when I want it to. Stay a little out of sight, wait for him to turn around again, and then we can jump him. Almost didn't get that one. Okay, so the right side's done. Fuck's sake. Once again, it does the diagonal input without being told to do a diagonal input. Like, obviously we could go down to the lower room first, but it really doesn't matter much which of these rooms I do in what order, it seems. You're doomed to suffer no matter where you go, so you may as well just go to the easiest to reach ones first. I'm so glad I'm saving the heals. I'm gonna fucking need them. But we still have to get past the flamethrower on the side we're on, so I have to actually swing all the way across in order to heal without risking dying. But we're still risking dying because if I fumble, we're gonna get hit by a bat instead. We probably should go deal with the flamethrower guy, though. Thankfully, we can just do that to deal with him. Get the health, and now our life got a bit easier. Like, obviously, not a lot easier because the game sometimes just doesn't listen. Case in point where it's just not doing the diagonal grapple at all for a moment there. I need to adjust how I'm sitting. Is this meaningless ping that I've gotten? Yep, exactly as expected, a completely meaningless ping. Joyous day. Still capturing properly, right? Yes. He was moving a little weird for a second, so I got concerned that the capture broke. Blue key. I could try rushing him and doing the same sword move I did to the other one, but these guys seem like they have more health than the cannon ones, so I don't trust it as much with those. 'Cause every time we've gone toe-to-toe with those guys, we've lost, even when I've been in decent health. So it just seems like a much better idea to take it slow and just keep using cover against them. Yeah, you know, clearly that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to burn that entire meter I had. Yep. Sure thing, game. I'm glad you know better than I do about anything I'm trying to do. Imagine if he just, like, stepped on my hand as I'm trying to climb up there. That'd be a hell of a thing. Okay, but everything up top is done now. And we have decent health for a change. Both the side guys have been rescued. Let's just grab this one because we're here. I don't know how I ended up grabbing that high, but you know what, I'll take it. Good enough. There's the red key. Now we just need to get through the yellow room, then come back here to the red door. I really should save that room for last because the red door is there. I do have that other health pickup up above, though, so we're in an okay position here for a change. Skip all of those problems. But we still have the ninja parade up above that I might have been better off using that for. It's a little bit of a debate on that one. Is we have to go down ninja hallway up there. We don't have a choice. Because we have to go get that last hostage. On the bright side, I can just kind of take it slow now that I know where their spawns are. Plus or minus my inputs getting eaten. There we go. Alright. We have enough health to just tank a bat, so I'm probably just gonna skip that health pickup and just go for it. There we go. Didn't even get hit by the bat that time. And we're good. We're out. Now, of course you didn't full heal me that time. Of course you fucking didn't. It's fine. We're down a little bit of health at the start of this fight. Yeah, that's definitely a different boss. Oh, there's pickups in here. What are these? Health and also health. Okay. The bat spam is kind of upsetting. It is neat, though, that they're, like, actively summoning them with echolocation, though. I appreciate that, at least. That was an interesting death. I was allowed to move slightly before the game counted me as dead. Oh, useless again. I would like to get to do literally anything, game. Come on. Of course you jump right back to the spot where I have to get through in order to do anything. Why did I think I could get up there before the bats were ever fucking where? The answer is I'm stupid sometimes and think I'm better at things than I actually am. Like the fact that there's the bat spam and spike pits, and the fact that this guy spins around and does damage by bumping into you. This really is just not great. I do have invincibility I can use, but I'm trying to hold that for when we at least, like, make some progress first. Because, like, on the face of this fight shouldn't be that hard, because hitting them's actually not going to be that bad to do. Except the bats are constantly in the fucking way. Oh, and while their boomerangs are out, they're just invincible for reasons. Like, I feel like there should at least be a little bit more of a grace period before they resummon the bats. But apparently, if you time it wrong, they can literally just summon them the second the last bat dies. Which, that might be a trick, actually, is just saving one bat and see if they can summon again. I should have known that was gonna happen. It did the thing again where it misread my inputs. Thanks for wasting the invincibility that I clearly was gonna need, game. Oh, and he just didn't summon anything that whole time. That was the one. If it didn't eat my invincibility. Because I was trying to jump and attack at the same time, because God forbid I try to do two things at once. Okay, yeah, even if I left a bat alive, I guess it being off screen was enough for it to count. And now it's just eating inputs left and right, because I was mashing jump there, and it just was like, but did you though? Did you actually jump? Like, this actually seems like a real good move here, just hanging out on the side here. Actually, we have enough to... Wow, the super doesn't do much to bosses, huh? Probably should have saved that for when there were more bats around. Just try to, like, clear the board off a bit, then. Yeah, if we stay on the edges, we're actually relatively safe. I think pursuing them is actually where we were making a big mistake. Is we can actually, like, knock them away from the area we're at. But the amount of bats is getting a little stupid here. Jesus. Like, I like bats, but not like this. Fucking die. Oh, of course you ran like a bitch. Die. Yes, drown. Fucking hell. Yeah, you know, in hindsight, I should have realized that was exactly how this was going to play out. Because look at the way the screen's laid out. Of course there was going to be a 5th mission over there on the right. There was a part of me that was hoping that it would be like, oh yeah, this is a bonus mission over here. No, of course it's required. Of course it's the fucking final stage. We got information from our rescued agents. It seems that there's a secret base in the cave. Target Shadowmaster, Ninpo Dragon Magic. Okay, so yeah, this is the actual final stage then, guaranteed. This is the rematch. And this is definitely the area I saw in the intro. Which, why you would give away part of your final stage in the intro is beyond me. That seems like a wild decision. Also, this place definitely sucks. This is gonna be brutal to get through. I'm gonna get up for a quick moment because I have to use the bathroom, and I probably could do with a second to clear my head, and we'll approach this with a better perspective here in a second. Alright, back to it. Okay. Still had a couple chips in my mouth and I didn't want to crunch in y'all's ears. Of course, that laser was perfectly timed for that. Okay, that guy doesn't drop a power-up, so I'm probably better off just avoiding him. And when we have to inevitably come through here again. Don't you just hate it when everything syncs up to ruin your day? Why I thought swinging there was a good idea is beyond me. I will say, at least those little robot things don't do contact damage. I have a bit of gratitude for that, at the very least. You know what I would have more gratitude for, though? A single crumb of a power-up anywhere in this mess so far. Again, I get it, it's the final area. They don't have to have even the slightest hint of mercy anymore. But it would be nice. Yeah, dodging this whole mess really seems like it's a much better idea than fighting anything. That laser took a frame longer than I thought it would. I really thought I could just walk right through at that exact second and be fine. Well, throw this attempt in the bin because apparently it just decided you didn't need to actually grapple there. No. Don't be silly. Grappling's for big people. You're not big people anymore. He took that privilege away from you. For fuck's sake. Like, I get that this is their super secret hidden base full of death and misery, but good God. This is just stage 1 of the final mission, guys. Come on now. It doesn't need to be completely nightmarish yet. You've got stages left to go. Just wait it out. Why is this section so long? Good God. That is not okay. This is also not okay. Jesus Christ. Tell me you don't want anybody to beat your game ever without telling me you don't want anybody to ever beat your game. Oh right, they don't. Let this be a lesson. Never trust anyone when they say a game is easy. Especially not when those are people with way more patience than I have. Well, I guess I should be grateful that my knees didn't somehow get cooked there. I may or may not have been choosing my words very carefully there. Of course I fucking get screwed again. Okay, game, I would love to know why he stood up when I was still holding down. We are so close. This may genuinely turn into something I end up giving up on. I don't want to, but this game clearly has no interest in being completed. Went too early because I'm trying to avoid getting stuck again. And there it goes again, standing when I didn't tell him to. And I may as well call him an it because he's just a pile of ashes now. Yeah, of course. Just bump into the stupid fucking thing. Hit that laser too, why not? God forbid we have anything nice happen in this game anymore. Once again, it just drops the down input randomly on me again. Also, getting through this anytime this year is going to be pain. And I mean specifically that up-down segment down and further along. And I say that just purely because of the timing of the lasers there. It is just nasty. So I guess I just don't have a choice but to do the... Of course, you know, don't jump. God forbid you jump. Jumping is just an awful idea in that room, apparently. Yeah, I basically have just two choices in that room. I either cling to the ceiling for dear life, or I follow what the path probably is intended to be in there, which is hop up when the lower lasers are firing, dive down when the higher lasers are firing, and just keep repeating that until you get to the other side of the room. And, you know, just pull out the couple gray hairs you got along the way, either through stress or old age from waiting for that entire process to unfold. This game just controlled just like a little bit better. I'd be able to do such great things to get past so many of these problems. And I freely acknowledge that this may very well be a case of I'm just expecting too much of this game. Can I even get high enough to be safe? I can. But I timed the last swing wrong and it didn't give me a chance to grab because it convinced itself I was trying to grab the wall next to me, which is not at all what I was intending to do. And just kill me. It dropped an input again, so I didn't make it across. Pain, suffering, woe. That's the name of the show. Yep, just don't even bother attacking. No, don't do what I tell you to, ever. Yes, clearly I wanted to grapple rather than swinging at the guy next to me. Yep, Yep, all makes perfect sense to me. All a part of my cunning scheme. Don't you know every enemy's secret weakness is me throwing a grappling hook past them and not even hitting them with it or anything? I don't think there's going to be any room to stand between these lasers either, even though it looks like there would be. I'm pretty confident that that's a lie. Uh-huh, of course. The only place you could stand is right where the flamethrower's going. Haha. God. This is as close to a goddamn bullet hell as you could get without it being an actual bullet hell. Game. What the fuck's wrong with you? This might be the single most tempted I've been to turn the goddamn webcam on, just so y'all could see the fact that my hands are pressing buttons where nothing's happening. Just so y'all could understand the constant agony I've been in when nothing's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Because there really is nothing more frustrating than inputs just not happening when you press the button. It's like, okay, what's the point of the player being here if you're not going to abide by the inputs put forward? Like, you may as well just have the demo playing at that point if your inputs don't mean anything. That one was my fault. Like, that's one of, like, 4 times in this entire place where I can confidently say I made a mistake. That also was my fault. That one's a little more debatable. That last one, that one's a little sketchy. That one was also my fault because I was trying to rush it. Because we were already in bad enough shape that it's like, if I take my time and end up dying, then we've just wasted more time. Like, concept-wise, this stage is actually fairly cool. But I feel like they've just overdone it a bit, is the problem. Like, this is just kind of overkill even for a last stage. And it's not even the last stage. Like, it is part of the last mission set, but it's not the actual final stage. So just imagine how much worse it's gonna get when we get to stage 3 of 4. Unless they're gonna do the whole boss rush thing at some point, which they may do 3 nightmarish stages and a boss rush for all I fucking know. And I wonder what kind of gimmick the Shadow Master or whatever the hell their name is gonna have this time, considering they had a hostage last time. Unless they're planning on actually fighting this time. Also, the fact that these lasers do like half a health bar per touch, kind of overkill for how many of them there are. It's also very easy to get stuck on this fucking weeble wobble bullshit they got here. Nope, just throw this attempt away too. Throw it in the trash. Where I'm increasingly tempted to throw this game. Quit littering this place with things to get stuck on while there's death lasers everywhere. Why did Rain? Please, I know you're tired, but stop jumping into the lasers. Sometimes I marvel at my own endurance for this level of horse shit. And then I remember there are people that play worse things than this on a regular basis. And then I just remember that, no, what I'm doing is on the scale of terrible, kind of child's play. Oh, there went that little bit of health grace I had left. Yep, that's why I didn't like that idea. There's such a small window to get through there. This is the kind of shit a game would usually throw at you if you have a dash to use in this day and age. Which, don't get me wrong, I am somewhat spoiled at this point by games being way more reasonable with your mobility before they give you garbage to get through. Okay, turns out there's a sweet spot frame there that I just found. Wish I had any idea how I did that. But there's like a single frame sweet spot as those beams are going away. Yep, just don't listen to anything I'm telling you to do. Touch the laser and your fucking brain gets fried. One of those times where I'm kind of wishing this game had blood so I could get a little more satisfaction out of ripping through those guys on the way through here. It's also another one of those cases where I'm wondering if this is another case where the US release is harder for no real good reason. Though that didn't happen as much by the time this came out that I can think of. That was usually an older localization problem, not a past 2000s localization problem, but at the same time, this just doesn't feel good. But at this point, like, it was starting to not feel great for a little while now, obviously. Based on the things I've said, y'all can figure that one out. But this stage in particular, just, ugh. It's just a lot. Especially, yet again, for a game with no checkpoints. Like, I feel like you're just given an array of bad choices to make to get through this stage at this point. There isn't such a thing as a good choice to make getting through here. Your choices are bad, worse, and oh god, why would you make that decision? Now, the same can be said about a few of the stages in this game. This one's just got a much larger case of the oh god, why would you make that decision as far as pathing goes. That part mostly being when you jump into a laser with your face. Yeah, they expect you to be way better with the movement by this point than I clearly am. Especially since he's ignoring my inputs about grappling up, not diagonally. So we keep ending up sliding down into the laser now. Yep, every time I have to hesitate getting through there because of that fucking little dog shit robot. I know I'm gonna get hit. I just don't have a fucking choice half the time. Oh, of course, you just get one puff of flame off, which is, you know, flies across the room, because that's how flamethrowers work. No arcing, no distance limitation. It just kind of flies to you, you know. Oh, and you just immediately went off because, you know, you heard the word flamethrower, so you had to fucking pop off. Just kill me. Of course, now they don't even do a good job of killing me. They've forgotten how to fucking kill me. The amount of things I got away with there that absolutely I should not have been able to. You know, situations like this are making me glad I didn't go for one of my other ideas, which was Cyber Shadow, which would have a lot of situations like this here and there in it. Game is pretty good and really short, but it also is a motherfucker at times. Nope. Just fucked that up completely. And dropped input. Like, they should not be expecting this level of precision from you with the way this game functions. Growing increasingly tempted to just save state through this fucking shit show. If for nothing else, just for the simple fact that we actually get out of here sometime this century. As you can tell that I'm just sick of this section, because I'm making so many stupid mistakes just trying to get us out of here faster. Yes, I clearly wanted you to fling yourself into that electricity, even though I clearly indicated for you to grapple up. Of course, the very idea that this guy was willing to go running off into here by himself should be an indicator of how stupid this fool is to begin with. Either stupid or supremely overconfident, both of which are hallmarks of somebody who's probably better off being knocked out of the goddamn gene pool anyway. Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay, we've officially gone further than we ever have before. And I can officially say I fucking hate it here. Yeah, because that's a very tight margin to make, and I'm pretty sure I can't grapple above there. Oh, this game. And the worst part is, I didn't see an end ahead of there. I'm pretty sure there's yet another full fucking loop back after that. I think I can officially say this stage is too fucking long. Like, for a game with no checkpoints and to have given us 0 fucking power-ups, this stage is too goddamn long. Like, this is starting to ask a asinine degree of perfection from me. Like, hey, I hope you don't want to ever get hit for the next 30 minutes, or you just may as well throw your run away. Yep, just don't listen to anything I'm telling you to do. Just keep throwing yourself into the laser, because you don't want to be here either. You know what? Fuck it. We don't even need to bother with him. No point. Like, the fact that this area kind of expects you to, like, almost laser walk is so fucking stupid. Like, they expect you to be moving through that laser as it's starting to shrink, because it stops having a hitbox when it starts to shrink. And if you don't go during that time, you die. It's so bad. Like, I wonder if this is one of those games where the testers played the fucking thing too much, and as a result, areas just get overtuned to hell. Like, no, this isn't hard enough for a final stage, you gotta make it more difficult. Says the person who's been playing the game for the past year and a half to test the fucking thing. Totally not bitter towards a bunch of early access titles that have had that exact problem. I'm not even 100% sure what just happened there. Yep, that's clearly where I wanted to end the game. I'm glad you could read my mind. Know better than what I want, what I actually want. Yep, once again, clearly what I wanted. Okay, we're gonna start save stating. I'm so fucking over this garbage stage. If you got a problem with it, you can find the door just fine. Basically, every time I clear one of these garbage segments, we're just gonna put down a new save. I'll just keep whatever health I have. Oh no, he dropped the inputs again. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna be an awful position to freeze in. Except I hit the wrong button. As I debated with myself for a second, took my hand off the right spot on the controller, and everything went to shit. Please, actually do what I tell you to. Thank you. Like, suddenly this is already so much more tolerable, having much shorter a trip to make. Except now we're having different problems because we're getting stuck on different bits of the garbage stage. That somebody out there had to have greenlit this disgusting mess being made. Yeah, that was me just going way too late on that one. And this is part of why I'm save stating, is because I can feel it slipping. Like, I don't think I can keep going for too much longer and be at all capable anymore. Not that I've been doing a great job with this to begin with, but there's room for it to get worse. And I can just feel the energy just dropping out. So in order for me to have a prayer at the finale of this, I'm gonna need to... Yes, because I clearly pressed down when I'm pressing left and right. I gotta understand if I was using the stick when it gets confused about what direction I'm pressing. But for the D-pad to be getting that confused, there's something very wrong. I'm looking forward to the YouTube comment that invariably will happen if anybody actually ends up watching this far. That is going to just entail, just get better. And I'm going to take great pleasure in deleting that comment from reality, because that is the most useless statement a human being could make. Like, that's right up there with the just try harder. If you just try harder, it'll work. It's like, that's not helpful. That doesn't tell you how to do the thing better. That just tells you that the person trying to give advice doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about and just wants to blow air. Or in an attempt to be meaningful. Not allowed to make it here with good health anymore, am I? Oh, you know what? I'm fucking committing. I just don't fucking care anymore. I'll put it in save state 2, though, in case we end up in, like, a completely locked spot there. Of course he got a shot off. Of course he fucking did. Okay, now for this rat-fucked mess here. But you can't even stay in a close position because... Oh, no, there is a grab point up there. Okay. There's, like, so much of this ends up being just trial and error. That's the main reason why I'm like, no. This kind of ceases being skill-based after a certain amount of grind through this area here. Because until you've died there once or twice, you don't know how far you need to go, what you're getting into, anything. And rather than have to loop through this whole fucking thing like 30 more times because of making mistakes in earlier parts, just trying to move back to the part I'm trying to figure out. Of course, we're gonna die in here enough times that I could fill this room with ninja corpses. Just because this grappling hook controls, like, garbage sometimes. Okay. I'm gonna start saving way more often because... fuck this. Oh, of course he finally gets a shot over there. God damn. Like, if it weren't for the fact that I'm trying to save my meter for things that are going to be more of a problem, because I have to assume there's going to be things that are going to be more of a problem somewhere in here. Which, don't get me wrong, that definitely falls under Elixir Syndrome there, but still. Oh, hey, there's the exit key. What do you fucking know? And there's the door. And of course you don't get a full heal. Why would you get a full heal? Full heals were a matter of the last stage. What the fuck is this? You know, aside from actually remarkably nicer than the last stage currently. Oh, we're doing the ninja spam thing again. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The worst part is, I don't even know why they give you two paths here. Actually, they are different paths. Never mind. They are slightly different. And arguably, I think I actually picked the worst path that time. You know, how funny would it be if these lasers didn't care about your ninja immunity? And you still, like, got hurt if you tried to pass through them with immunity running. Oh, right, I just happened to have full meter the second I went to use immunity. Thanks, game. Thanks for that being a good mechanic. Oh, wait. No longer care. Get me out of here. Because if I waited till here, the same thing would happen again, so I may as well just burn it there. It's either that or burn it against this situation here, but it wouldn't matter. It's clearly proven that I would not have the ability to use invincibility at that point because the meter would be full. I'm surprised that that ended up working out. I'm just gonna run away before anything has a chance to go wrong. It's fine. That's less fine. I thought it was going to move by the time I went for it, because I was worried about what else I was going to be dropping into. And I think I was right to be worried, but, still didn't matter. Everything went to shit anyway. And now I don't even get to drop down the gap properly. So we have even less health for this part. Yay! Let's see if these things can die. Okay, they can die. Very good. You know what that means, then? It's time to do something stupid. Yep. It was stupid because I trusted the game to actually climb up when I tell him to. Because I wanted to try to get the other health pickup to try to dig us out of the hole we're very clearly stuck in right now. And instead, all I did was ruin everything we just did. Yay for me. On the bright side, we did learn we actually have a solution to that problem. Unfortunately, we're now in an even worse position again. There's a part of my brain that's like, you know, health doesn't even fucking matter at this point. but it honestly kind of does matter. Oh, and it wasn't even health on both sides, so if you went this way looking for health, you'd just be fucked. Amazing. So this path's honestly kind of better because you're not leap of faithing through multiple lasers at once. Never mind, you're leap of faithing through a long laser. I see what you're doing here, game, and I really have to say I do not fucking approve. Especially when he just gets stuck, even though I was telling him to lower the string. He just was like, you want me to what? Dead. I should have save stated after we grabbed both power-ups. But I was in the flow at that point, and I'm like, no, I just need to get the fuck out of here. Also, I would rather do better on this garbage section here. This way we can hopefully actually start making headway on the health front. And now that I know that those just die, I'm less concerned. You know what? Fuck the health pick. Fuck the health power up. Yep, see, those aren't lined up. I was assuming they weren't going to be lined up, which is why I said it was leap of faithing through multiple lasers. Because God forbid they be lined up. That might actually be misconstrued as them being not sadistic pricks. Like, at this point, I feel like we're entering a modern ROM hack territory of bullshit. With how everything's very specifically placed to fuck you over. Now, we're gonna burn the meter here and grab both power-ups. Because that left-hand path is way better, but I need this health pickup. Slowly. Fly, you fool. Okay, now we save state because we actually have most of our health. Here I was thinking this was gonna be a short stream. Fuck's sake, game. No, I'm not accepting that. That was complete horseshit. I didn't move, and yet somehow I went from being fine with where that laser was to being damaged by that laser. That's fine. No, I don't even know why I bothered with that, honestly. Oh, wow. Well, that worked. Are you fucking kidding me? How many fucking ninjas do you need here? Are they just infinitely spawning? No, they can't be infinitely spawning, because otherwise you would need the red key still at that point. So they have to be required to be killed, which also means they're where you get the red key. Ew. Why? Like, I can't even say, like, oh yeah, I'll just save meter and blast them all. That won't work. I'm glad I saved some fucking health for this, though. Good God. At the end of that, we gained nothing. Oh, it is time for final boss, though. Okay, same attack as before. Up here's probably better because we can keep them from doing anything too out of hand. Except I keep getting caught up in the animations, so I don't actually get to duck when I want to duck. This is probably as good as we're gonna get outside of having that last little bit of health. Actually, you know what? Thanks for eating all of my inputs when I'm trying to do jump attacks there, game. Love that. Because that was supposed to be an array of jump attacks to reduce their health a lot. And instead, it was just an array of fuckery. Where I didn't get any of what I was trying to do. Jumping over that one also is a bit of a miserable bitch. So far, this fight's not terrible. Oh, you can just teleport on to me, huh? Okay. Never mind, I amend my statement. This fight's not great. Oh, you just did it way faster that time. Okay. Oh, that's why it's anger mode now. I see. Doing it again. I wish you got a little bit more warning about where those dragons are coming up. Because you get, like, about a frame to get out of the way. Still, this fight's not terrible. It's actually, I would say, better than the previous fight against him. But bear in mind, that's at stage 3. This isn't the final battle, I don't think. Oh, apparently I hit a score threshold that healed me, so that's good. It did, however, invalidate my ability to use invincibility, so we may as well just attack with that. Which ended up more effective, so you know what? That's fine. If I had power-ups, being above would be better, but down here's better since I have no power-ups. Right on my fucking head again. Okay. Ooh. 3 now, huh? Okay. Gotcha. That's a hell of a scream. Goddamn. Oh, is there an escape sequence? Oh, there's an escape sequence, isn't there? The base's self-destruct system has been activated. We don't have enough time. The base is going to explode. Destroy the control device at the top of the base. Are you fucking kidding me? The place is gonna blow up. Why am I destroying something in here? Why not just let it blow up? And of course, it's the greatest hits of everything we hate. All the fucking traps in the world. Why were you still fucking ducking, you dumb bastard? Because, you know, that's well thought out, right? Having all these cramped corridors when your character model is not designed properly to fit through them. Unless you're incredibly on target with your precise movements. Which you're not granted the ability to actually do. Especially when it just eats your fucking grapple inputs. Stupid fucking game. I don't know how tight the timer is on this, but I feel like we're already hosed because of how long this has taken. So I'm just going to die and try again. On the bright side, though, I presume there's nothing after this. Because it says final stage. Unless they're lying to me. Boy, do I wish my grapple would stop fucking shitting itself when it worked just fine a few minutes ago. It does seem like both these paths are different, and this one might be slightly more reasonable to get through. You know, if he didn't just randomly decide to shit himself again. Same problem as the other path, though. That spacing is so tight that you just get stuck. Like, you have to kind of just wiggle him through that tiny gap, but all that does is open you up to getting blasted by the lasers they decided to put there to punish you for existing. I'm gonna lose some time, but I'm gonna put a save state down just in case. I should have paused to do this, but fuck it. I'm you fucking fool. It is so hard to get him to go around that corner there. But like I said, the other corner wouldn't be any better. This is faster to get through, and time is of the essence. Yeah, because you need to inch him forward enough that he stands up, otherwise you just die there. Of course there's one last laser. Of course there is. But I think that... No, I'm not gonna convince myself that that's the end. There's no fucking way they'd be that generous to have it only be a little bit and to have that much time left. There's just a reprieve and then fuckery resumes, I'm sure. And if somebody out there decides to cry about your authenticity, go authentically put your balls in a vice and come back to me about how good that feels. Yeah, that's a pleasant sound. Thanks for that, game. Grapple, please. Yep. More fuckery. Jesus Christ. We're so close. We're so fucking close to finishing this nightmare. I'm reminded of why, when I had shown this game off, I said I probably was never going to come back and finish it because I was betting that this game was going to be real nasty at points, and, boy, do I hate being fucking right. Okay, the crazy timer only starts when you start running out of time. And the grappling hook is shitting itself again. Hooray! Yay, dead. Like, I know it looks like I'm just spinning around and fucking around. Trust me when I say none of that was my intent. Not in the slightest. I wish to leave. Case in point right there. I pressed the button. He just wanted to die, apparently. Which, honestly, I want that for him at this point. But we can't have that, because we need to be able to beat this game. I'm surprised it gave that one to me. The lack of music in here also does not help this experience in the slightest. The fact that you can't see where that laser is also doesn't help. So you have no way to tell whether that laser's firing or not, aside from put your face in it and hope you don't melt. There goes the input again. You probably can hear the button being pressed with how hard I'm pressing it sometimes. Because of how annoyed I'm getting at the input dropping. That was my fault. I will own the fact that I went into the flames there, because I'm just trying to save every little bit of fucking time I can because of how much climbing you have to do. And they made this an amalgam of all the hurry up and wait traps that this game has. Presumably for the express purpose of making sure that you have to cut it really fucking fine to get out of here. And then they make a really loud, annoying noise so you can't even try to play the laser bit there by sound. If I wanted to just keep dying to trial and error, I'd play something like fucking Dragon's Lair. At least that I would be slightly amused by. Maybe for the first 30 deaths. Okay, you know what? We're pausing, and I'm putting a save state down in the second slot in case we end up in a bad point of time here. But this way we stop having to do that other bit. So we actually ended up with a good bit of time there. Oh, and of course there's more lasers. Why wouldn't there be more lasers than just that one? Wrong save state. Went too early. Whamp, whamp, whamp. Idiot's dead. Whamp, whamp, whamp. Idiot's dead. The one I heard firing was the other one. Don't you just love working with garbage physics in a tight space? Yes, clearly that's what I intended you to do, was throw yourself into that spike. Why The controls change when you're spinning. I don't know how that worked, but I'll take it. There's the machine right fucking there. Why does it take multiple hits? You bastards. The fact that that took multiple hits is disgusting. With how much climbing you have to do, that should just be a one hit and done. That should not be something that takes that many hits to destroy. Like, there's a part of me that's like, no, I won that. I'm not gonna accept them just telling me you lose because they feel like fucking you over. But I'm gonna do it properly, because I'm a fucking idiot that way. I would love to know how I got such a limp dick launch off of that. Not... Great. I'm so glad I ended up closing my fucking dashboard, because Windows garbage setup sometimes decides to click through the very edge of that screen. Even though I did not click there. Thanks. Fuck's sake. So fucking aggravated now. Just can't have nice things at all when situations like this are fucking happening, apparently. Okay, fixed everything that got screwed up there. Saved a bit of time on that launch, at least. Get up there. If you just would pull up there when I tell you to pull up, we wouldn't have a problem anymore, but no. You long for the sweet embrace of laser death, apparently. And oh, how I long to give it to you, you fucking useless idiot. Now break the goddamn machine. That's all we had to do. All I had to do was hit it like one more time, and we would have been out of this nightmare. But no! Some goddamn bastard decided it needed to take multiple hits. That game, I feel like, squanders a lot of potential. Just to put it genuinely and bluntly. I feel like it squanders a lot of potential with the dropped inputs and the... honestly, just the jank controls. Like, the scanning ability is nice, but I feel like they could have, like, moved that to select so that you could have used it to look around and then had L be the grappling hook instead of it being a double tap of A. And I think that would have solved a lot of the problems with the controls. I feel like that would have felt way more natural and moved way more fluently. Would have just completely solved that problem. And again, if it controlled just a bit better, most of the other problems I had with it would go away. But that's still another game done. That is our 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th game for this month, and our 30th for the year now. Boy, what a game for the 30th one, huh? And I'm sure there's people out there that like this game, because I've heard multiple people sing this game's praises, and I officially don't understand. Well, correction, I somewhat understand. Is if they can wrangle the controls better than I did, or maybe they were playing on easy, because I played on normal, which seemed like a fair and sensible idea, but maybe normal is this game's hard, and easy is what is meant to be normal, or some fucking nonsense like that. Because a lot of this game was not that bad, difficulty-wise. But there was just a few parts that were just... eh. But I could rant on that all day, and I'm not going to. There's no point in ranting about that any further. The game's done, and y'all heard me complain about it enough already. I don't need to keep complaining about it. Today's Saturday, so Monday we'll clean up those lurk games like I was talking about more than likely. Tuesday we'll start Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. Thursday's more than likely going to be Peak with whoever I can get a hold of. I'll put out feelers about that today and tomorrow and see who's up for that. Friday will be more abiotic with Mel, is we're going to keep chewing away through that, and then next Saturday will be a handful of shorter games, hopefully less upsetting than this one. I do have to admit, I forgot about the slide a bunch. The slide probably would have helped in a bunch of situations, because it looks like, based on that intro there, that you could slide through enemies, which is something you wouldn't think of, because you wouldn't expect to have iframes when sliding. And that is something I do have to point out. There's a very real possibility that I've done things wrong as far as this game goes, and that's how I end up having a worse experience with it, but that's the nature of the first time experience with a game. You're going to play something potentially incorrectly. That's just the nature of the beast there. I'm just looking at my raid list, making decisions and things like that as usual. Well, I'll be real with y'all. I might be burnt enough from this to not send it, but we'll see. I'm thinking. Because I do have a lot of people on. And I do like to try to share the support around, as we all know. We do, however, have a lot of people with a lot of people in there, and I'm just like, I do not have it in me to deal with like a 90 viewer stream and big collabs right now. I'm trying to find somebody who's not got too much going on. Both because that'll help them more, and it won't be a lot for me to process immediately. Let me take a peek at where some of these are at. Are you ending soon? You're 2 hours in. Yeah, they seem like they're still gonna be going for a little bit, and it has been a bit since we've sent a raid over there. We'll go see Dove, who's still working through another archipelago. I think this is a different archipelago that they set up. Either way. So it looks like they might have just gotten another raid, but you know what? That's fine. Wouldn't be the first time I've piled in right after somebody else. Is there anything else I want to talk about to give them some breathing space before the next next one hits, though? No, I don't really have anything else to add, so let's get that timer started. Get us ready to get out of here. I do want to thank you all for your time as usual, and for your patience with how fired up I was getting at times with that one. I know it can be hard to listen to sometimes. But we got through it, and that's the important part. Hopefully we go on to better and brighter things in the next session. Good night, everybody. Be good to Dove. They're good people. I'll see you next time.